It's an old song, man. I'm coming at ya with another one. With another one. I'm an old song, man. I'm coming at ya with another one. With another one. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. Old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. Old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about the very best. I'm talking about old connect. Old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about the very best. I'm talking about the old connect. Old connect. I'm talking about making the switch. I'm talking about making the switch. I'm talking about making the switch. Yeah. Old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about old connect. Old connect. I'm talking about old connect. I'm talking about connect. I'm talking about connect. I'm talking about connect. 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 Connect.
That's embarrassing.
All the cult things, true care, truth brings.
Stop going there.
Karma's a bitch.
Queen of Karma. Hello, everyone, and how are you all doing today? I hope that you're all having an awesome, amazing, fabulous day so far today. I know I am having a wonderful day, so I hope that you are too. And today we're going to be diving into all kinds of fun things, so I cannot wait for that. I cannot wait. Albs is in it to scam it as always. Sounds like I'm saying, every time I read that, Albs, it sounds like I'm saying that you're here to scam. Like you're here at the stream to scam everybody. Albs is here in it to scam it. Joe R here. Joe R here. I are here. Good one, Joe. Hello, Mr. Level. Good to see you. Good to see you. And Nevs came in and said hello. Yes, the O Connect song, Age Like a Fine Milk. Don't they all kind of age? I mean, I'm wondering what's going to happen with our In It to Win It song. I'm kind of like, I hope they're not going to do away with that. That would be sad. Hello, Shri Ramesh Chandra. Good to see you. I hope you're having an awesome day. Poor Keith. I almost feel bad for him, but not really at all. Ever. Well, then you don't, Albs. Hello, Sam. Good to see you. Oh, God, this guy. Don't worry. I will only torture you with Keith that much. You don't have to put up with him at all for the rest of this because I don't know. You know? I don't know. Hello, Sam. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm here to scam everyone. Every one of you. Give me your damn money now. So today we have a very interesting live stream ahead of us. Hello, Daniel. Good to see you. Is this where all the cults hang out? They would not enjoy themselves here, but some of them are in the chat. We do get them. We do get them hanging out here. I'm not going to pretend like we don't. We definitely do. Okay, hold on. StreamYard's driving me nuts. They keep changing things in here. So I have to make sure that I remove things before I add things now. That's annoying. I don't like it. It was way easier to use the first version. I feel like the updates they've added over the last year or two have made it more difficult. They've made it more difficult for me, all right? It's not as user-friendly as it once was, in my opinion. So as some of you guys know, I have been a busy, busy girl. I have been very busy. I am writing on theheck.com, and I have decided to turn Danny's website into a cult website. It is now known as an anti-cult website. I have done that. And so I have been spending my time speaking out about MLM stuff, about cult stuff. It all goes hands in hand. I did an entire article on how MLMs borrow the language of faith. So do go and check that out for sure. I also did an entire article on when MLMs exploit faith. So how they're actually targeted, where we go a little bit deeper into it. As you guys know, we have been covering the Eckankar cult very heavily over here on my channel. And so I used the opportunity on Danny's website to also do an amazing article on Eckankar. And as you guys know, I've written a book about it. And I hope to have that published in the next little bit here. Then after Eckankar, I also have used Danny's site to speak out about MLMs like our dear OnPassive. OnPassive, how Ash Mufareh's false promises, webinars, and worship created a global scale. And after I spoke out about OnPassive and kind of did the background, like who Ash is, I'm also working on a book about that, by the way. So stay tuned. Lots of fun stuff is coming, I promise. Eck, yes, Eck. When MLMs go bad. That's right. Good to see you, Mark. And so after I did my article doing a deep dive on the background and the SEC came out with their final judgment, Danny then did an article. So if you ever wanted to see Ash Mufareh in jail, here you go. Here you are. Danny at least made the image happen for you. He's the guard here. And then, of course, it goes into the final judgment and what's going on with that. But it's cool that Danny did that article so that we have somebody else that is speaking out against OnPassive. It's not just me and the recovering Hunbot writing articles about this anymore. We have branched out to the heck. So that was all great stuff, and I was very excited for that. So I thought that we would continue on with our deep dives. And so I have been deep diving into Gary Olson and the Master Path cult. As you guys know, I just finished reading The Soul's Divine Journey, which is kind of like their main book. It's like their Bible, if you will. So I've just read through that, and I did a short article on that. And something else that I did, which was really cool and has been getting received quite well by those that are familiar with this cult, is I also spoke out about ISKCON, the Hare Krishna cult. All right? The Hare Krishna movement is something that you should become very familiar with. And so what I did, and Danny almost murdered me for this article. It was like, Queen, why are you doing an entire university dissertation on my website that does way smaller articles than this? You're going to give me a heart attack from editing. What are you trying to do to me? And I was like, I know, Danny, I'm sorry. I won't do this again. But this was very necessary. This doesn't exist in the world. And we needed it to be done. So what we have done is we have done an entire deep dive into the International Society for Krishna Consciousness and the cult surrounding that. We have gone into Bhakti, I'm going to fuck up this name, Vidya Purnaswamy. In other words, Alan Ross Wexler. Let's just call him by his real damn name, can we? Because he's not my Sugmid, okay? He's not my Swami. So, Alan Ross Wexler here, we did a little deep dive on him, and then we also went into their practices, and we actually did an entire chronological order of all of the controversies and allegations. All right, all the way. We started with the early 80s because I don't have much information about that. if you have any information about this cult from before that, please do send it my way. I haven't thought about him since the movie Airplane. That's right. And it would just be good to have. I don't have much before 80s. Nothing's really documented about this cult until about the 1970s is when we really start to see documentation, as is the case with Eckankar and a lot of these cults out here. Excuse me. Unfortunately, the anti-cult movement wasn't like a real movement or a real thing until the hippie movement kind of came into effect and New Age spirituality showed up, and then we got like the Manson cult and all of those lovely cults, and that's kind of when it really formed into a movement where things were getting documented. So there's not a lot of cult documentation before like the late 1960s, early 1970s, especially when it comes to a lot of these movements. And also like information and archiving and how it was done prior to the internet made it a lot harder for us to hand out this information, keep track of it, get it out to everyone. And I'm sure that you're like, that's nice, Queen. That's nice. You're telling us about all your cult articles. That's very nice. But we went into even a comparative perspective where I talk about the Catholic Church. We had to bring an MLM into this, so I bring up NXIVM, especially in terms of it being a self-improvement cult. These all have to do with personal development, spiritual advancement, and all of that, and also because of the sexual assault that happened in NXIVM, there was a lot of things that reminded me of NXIVM in terms of this. And we went into Rajneesh Osho. So very, very interesting. Highly, highly recommend coming and giving it a read. And it's very important to kind of get to know all of these different belief systems. So I do have a section on deheck.com where all of my articles are being put. So if you want to come, I have other ones. We talk about Kendra Hilty, the crazy lady that is obsessed with her psychiatrist right now. I'm sure you're thinking that's just some crazy TikTok drama. But did you know that she's actually a coach? She runs a coaching business where she does ADHD coaching. And then she also teaches other people how to become ADHD coaches, apparently. I haven't really seen anyone be like, I'm a coach now because I listen to Kendra Hilty. So I don't think she's ever gotten that far with it. But allegedly, she's also been training some people, taking some people under her wing. One of her victims has come out and spoken about it. So, we're talking about all things to do with cults, all things to do with MLMs, and the psychology behind it. Here I have a really great thing on the bite model and the influence continuum. Or, sometimes we're just talking about normal MLM-y things like Sensi's candle pivot. And, I used to do Sensi, so that caught my attention, and I thought we would deep dive into what that means for the MLM industry and why are companies doing this? Does this mean the end of MLMs? Is the industry coming to an end? Several of them are shutting down. Several of them are leaving the MLM model. We have, MLMs like Sensi who were anti-candle are now embracing candles. What is going on, We're kind of looking at that as well. I don't need coaching. My ADHD is powerful enough already. Right? Exactly. I would just advise you that if you are going to seek help for your ADHD, which I've done myself, I also have that. But I have a great brain. It's great fun in here, I got all of the acronyms. I would suggest going to a licensed therapist, and you can actually check the licensing of even holistic, believe it or not, even holistic coaches have to get licensed. There's a licensing process for that in most places. Okay, not every single state forces them to. I believe there's still states where you don't have to. But in a lot of places, even they have to get a certain licensing or certificate to prove their like authenticity, right? To be like, yes, I am an actual coach. So I would just recommend, no matter what kind of treatment you are seeking, to look into that. Make sure it is with somebody that is actually, registered as a coach, which we do talk about, by the way. In that, I tell you how to look for those sorts of things. So that's why this is kind of important. But I'm sure that you're, again, going, that's very nice, Queen. That was a very nice story. And that was nice of you to promote Danny's and your blog site. But what does all of this have to do with OnPassive? What the hell are you talking about? How is any of this connected? What is going on? And that is what today is about. I love OnPassive, my family members. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Peruri Krishna. Thank you for stopping by, actually. That was helpful. There is always a method to my madness. Although I am quite mad, I am also quite calculated, believe it or not. And there is a reason why I have been going through all of these belief systems with all of you. And there is a reason why I found Ekankar and OnPassive at the same time. And so because of that, I thought we would just get together today and we would have a little chat. Joe says, founders, please go easy on the emojis. Just because Google mods then think you're a bot. It's actually not good for your account either. So just beware of that, please. But I would like to just take a moment here before we have some laughs together, to just talk about all the cult things. All right? Every single one of these cult things, there's, like I said, a method to my madness. All the cult things, true care, truth brings. Woo! So let's get into it. So for the last few years, we've been taking a deep dive into OnPassive, unpacking its structure, leadership style, and the ways it draws people in. Alongside that, we've also been examining Ekankar, which according to most academic perspectives is rooted in and heavily influenced by Krishna-centric devotional traditions, essentially placing it within the family of what scholars often call Krishna cults. This parallel exploration matters because it's showing us that the language, symbols, and leader-follower dynamics in these movements don't exist in a vacuum. Now, we're going to shift the lens to the broader cultural and spiritual context in which many OnPassive members live, most particularly in India, where a large portion of its following is based. By understanding the foundational beliefs of Hinduism and Islam and how they are practiced in everyday life, we can better grasp the emotional, social, and spiritual frameworks that shape how people interpret OnPassive's and therefore Ash Mufareh's promises. Happy Wednesday, Violet. Good to see you. Sorry. And then I coughed at you. This is not just about theology. It's about seeing the movement through the lived human experience of its members. I talk about that a lot, about how I want you to look at this from their point of view, from their human experience. So we can understand not only what draws them in, but why all of this OnPassive stuff resonates with them so deeply. I get a lot of questions like, Queen, I don't understand. How are all these people just blindly following this man? Why are there so many Indians in OnPassive? What is going on? And we're answering that today, kind of. Recently, in O News 11, don't worry, you won't be able to forget about it today, Ash Mufareh posted up this survey data. And as you can see, according to this survey data, India, according to him, he takes this as this is how many members are in OnPassive. I think it's how many clicks from each area, but whatever. In India, though, as you can see, there's over 4 million. And we do have data that shows us that India and Bangladesh are two of the largest areas that they have preyed on. It is basically OnPassive is mostly populated by people from India and Bangladesh. Roughly 79 to 80% of India's population identifies as Hindu. That's about 1.1 billion people, meaning India alone is home to around 94 to 95% of the world's Hindus. Hinduism isn't just a religion in India. It's deeply woven into the country's history, festivals, art, music, and daily life. Major traditions within Hinduism in India include Vaishnavism, which is worship of Vishnu, Lord Vishnu, or Lord Krishna. Shaivism, which is worship of Shiva, and Shaktism, which is worship of the goddess. Basically, whenever you see that as a female, it's probably that one. Hinduism originated in the Indian subcontinent over 3,000 years ago, evolving from the Vedic tradition. It has shaped India's languages, architecture, social customs, and political history for millennia. Krishna's life and teachings have inspired centuries of poetry, music, dance, and art. His birthday, which they call Janmashtami, is celebrated with fasting, singing, and reenactments of his childhood exploits. You know, all of the poetry and stories and dances basically tell his childhood exploits. In most Krishna-focused traditions, often called the Krishna cult in academic, historical writing, or here on my channel and channels like it on social media, the worship centers on bhakti loving, which is personal devotion to Krishna, Lord Krishna, as the supreme being. Queen of Karma, Mom, good afternoon. OnPassive AI Technology family members, all leaders, founders, everyone. God bless you, our great, lovely CEO, Mr. Ash Mufareh, sir, family members, tech team, and technical. The tech team and the technical team. God bless them. So this is the short version of how it's practiced. We are not by any means doing a deep dive on these things right now. If you want the deep dives, you can go to deheck.com. I have deep dove in and I'm starting to deep dive all of these in depth over there. But this is just to give you an idea, you know, the information that you would need to know about this. I do the images now, Violet. I can't even blame him for that anymore. So this is just what you would need to know today in order to understand what we're talking about and understand OnPassive followers better, right? Like I showed you, we've done a whole deep dive on the Krishna cult. So they do something called daily puja, which is worship. So devotees offer flowers, incense, lamps, and food, which they call prasada, to Krishna's image or deity form, often at home or in temples. Oftentimes within their home or within a temple, there will be a shrine with all kinds of pictures and statues that will be dedicated to Lord Krishna. And they will go and they will light incense there, bring it flowers, bring it food, like as if it's going to eat the food there. I've never understood that part. I'm just going to say, don't let food go bad, damn it. Eat the damn food, But anyway, they do chanting and mantras. So repetition of Krishna's names is central. For example, the Hare Krishna mantra is in ISKCON and Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Think Eckankar's chanting of Hugh, right? But when you're chanting it in Eckankar, you're just kind of singing up to, I guess, God in the sky. They are chanting to a picture of Lord Krishna or a statue or a mantle shrine, right? So it's a little bit different, but not much. Not much. The Frauditor Reaper had her channel hacked. Oh my God. That's awful. I hope that they get it back. That's not good. They also celebrate or worship with festivals. So they have major celebrations like Krishna's birthday. And this also involves fasting, singing devotional songs, which they call bhajans, and reenacting episodes from his life. They will put on full-on plays. They do scripture and storytelling, reading and reciting from their version of the Bible, which is the Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavata Purana, which narrate Krishna's teachings and divine pastimes, tell his life story, and all that great stuff. It is basically like their version of the Christian Bible. And then they have kirtan and dance. So group singing with music and dancing is both a form of worship and a way to experience spiritual ecstasy. Most of the times, if you're watching a festival in India, it will be one of these festivals. In India, religion is deeply woven into daily life. I need to get you to understand that India is not like the USA, where for the most part, the church is separate from the state. This is why you do not want churches to merge with your state, because then politics also becomes religion. And in India, the culture is very much like that. And the main religion there is Hinduism. So a lot of it is weaved into everything they do. There is no separation there. 84% of adults in India say that their religion is very important to them. And though that's a very high number, 84%. All right, that would be like, imagine if 84% of people in the USA were like, Mormonism is important to me. And imagine if Mormonism, instead of Christianity, was the religion that attached to your states. And all of a sudden, tomorrow, you're told you have to be Mormon now. It's kind of like that there. And this is why a lot of times political and religious wars in a lot of these areas come hand in hand. There is no politics outside of religion there, and there is no religion outside of politics. Here in Western society, we try to separate it a lot more to avoid the coercive control that it brings. That is why we do that. because the religions that are popular at certain times in history change. So right now it might be Christianity, right? I'd say in most Western societies it is, right? But then 50 years from now, maybe it would be something else. So this is why that separation is kind of important in Western society, and that's why we've tried to separate it. Just say it. Many people in India, especially with 84% of adults saying religion is very important to them, many people grow up in environments where faith, community, and moral guidance are inseparable. I assure you that all these things can exist separately. It's always the conundrum that atheists face, where people will be like, well, you can't have any morals because you don't believe in anything. You have no religion to teach them to you. And it's like, I'd hate to break it to you. You actually don't need that to know the difference between right and wrong. It's kind of a thing, you know, that we deal with a lot. There is no separation. There is no atheism. So this means that when a group like OnPassive uses spiritual language, moral narratives, or guru-like leadership, it can feel familiar and trustworthy to those raised in devotional traditions. One of the most important things that I want you to understand is the guru-like leadership. You'll notice in these cults that we've been covering, like Ekankar, Saint Matt, Master Path, they all want you to have a guru, right? Very much, it's almost worse than having a priest, because I feel like priests and ministers and pastors, well, I don't know, maybe I grew up Catholic, so maybe in other religions it's worse. But there is a little bit of separation between them and like life advice. And I find that with guru, there is less of a separation with that. They go to their guru for every single thing, right? If they want to know how much sugar to put in their coffee, they will ask their guru first. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of that. So that kind of thing actually feels familiar and trustworthy to those who are raised in an area like India, where everything is about finding a guru to be your leader, where everything has moral narratives, where spiritual language is interchanging in business even, where you pray at your work. So I know a lot of you guys here in the US, Canada, the UK, Australia, when you guys watch Ash Mufareh or these people, even Chris, when he was doing his prayer stuff, and you guys would cringe and you guys would go, I don't like that. I don't like how they're bringing religion into this. What you have to understand is in their culture, that doesn't exist. That's normal. In their culture, they pray at work. In their culture, before they have their corporate meeting in the boardroom at their actual place of work, they all have a prayer together. Probably to Lord Krishna. You know what I mean? Like, so there is no separation of religion or spirituality anywhere. It's in every single thing that they do. So literally, like, that is not a red flag to them. It's very easy for us to see it as a red flag with our Western views. But I'm asking you to look at this from their point of view, where they don't have that separation. To them, it's all very normal. To them, people pray together at work. So it isn't that weird when Chris Johnson starts his live stream and wants to pray with everybody. It isn't a red flag. I feel like in covering cults, we really do look at it from a Western standpoint, and we need to stop doing that. We're expecting them to stop believing in these things because of the red flags that we pick up with our Western views, our Western human experience. And as someone that has traveled the entire world my entire life and has always looked at different cultures and spiritualities and stuff, that's something that's really stuck out to me. And I think that this is a great opportunity with OnPassive and with us covering all of these other cults for me to ask that we maybe start to also look at these things from their culture's perspectives. Because a lot of the New Age spirituality actually comes from there. Where do you think the 7 chakras come from? Not from the USA. Where do you think out-of-body experiences come from? Well, sweetie, it wasn't Jesus. In fact, where do you think Jesus actually comes from? It wasn't Utah. We need to start seeing these things how they would view them if we want to understand how they're stuck in these cults. So like I said, it's easy for us to look at these things and go, I don't like that. That gives me red flags because he's bringing religion into this. But you have to understand, for them, that's not a red flag. And I don't think it's helpful for them and what they've gone through in their lives, their human experience, for us to approach it in that way. Because they don't understand that. They're like, well, what do you mean you don't pray together in your boardroom before you do a project with your boss? Like, we do that every single day, several times a day. You know what I'm saying? Mark says, that's very true. We shouldn't apply the same Western logic when analyzing the plight of the Indian founders. That's exactly it. And what you have to also understand is Ash isn't Christian. Ash also has that same belief system. So I also feel like this doesn't only help us understand them, might also help us understand Ash a little better too. You know, that piece is missing in our understanding of him up until this point. So movements like Krishna devotion, Saint Matt, Radhaswami, emphasize personal devotion to a teacher or divine figure, surrender, and the promise of transformation. And the thing is, they will wait until the end of their life for that transformation. They might not get that transformation for 10 lifetimes. They believe in reincarnation. They believe in coming back as many times as you need to get it right. So when you're saying, and I'm saying, oh, as if you guys have waited 7 years for this transformation, that sounds like a long time to me. Sounds like a long time to you. Let's be real, it is a fucking long time. But what you have to understand is, again, from their human experience, that's 2 days. That's nothing. Maybe even an hour of waiting. OnPassive's founder, Ash Mufareh, positioning himself as a visionary or benevolent guide, taps into the same guru-disciple dynamic that's culturally understood and often respected. In many Indian religious communities, group rituals, festivals, and shared service create a strong sense of belonging. So OnPassive's community calls, events, their webinars, the corporate webinars and all that stuff, and their family language mimic these structures, offering a similar emotional reward. I'm part of something bigger than myself. Part of the bigger universe. Pew Research Center is a nonpartisan nonprofit think tank based in Washington, D.C. Pew's research shows that Indians often blend beliefs across religions. Example, many Muslims believe in karma. And karma, as you know, is believed by the Krishna people. They're believed by, it's a big thing everywhere, isn't it? That's why I renamed myself to Queen of Karma. This openness to spiritual hybridity means followers may be comfortable mixing business promises with spiritual overtones without seeing a conflict. Like I said, to them, that's not a red flag. That's just normal every day. We do that all the time here. That's how our culture is. In regions where economic uncertainty is high, religious frameworks often provide hope for a better future, whether in this life or the next. Which is why, like I said, we're all over here like 7 years is so long. Who would wait 7 years? But their belief system is, like I said, it's reincarnation. It's you come back and do life over and over and over again until you get it right and basically find your way closer to God. It's a very, very simple way of summarizing it. But that's the gist of it, okay? So to them, they will go through 10 different lifetimes before they'll reach their salvation, and that's fine. That could be hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of years. Because who says that you reincarnate right after you die? You know, like we don't know. They don't know. We just, you know, it could be however long. That's why a lot of the people that claim to be like Sigmas and stuff in these religions, the Shrees, they'll be like, oh, I'm actually 900 years old and like things like that. That's how that comes into play. So they don't care if it's this life, the next life, 3 lives from now, as long as it happens. And that's something that we really have to be mindful about. I think we need to pay more attention to that. Thank you so much, Mark, for the $9.99. I appreciate you. So again, OnPassive's promises of financial freedom, global impact, and moral purpose can resonate in the same way as religious promises of liberation, prosperity, or divine favor. And it won't matter how long it takes. And that is why, my friends, they do not care how long this takes. I believe anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. All right, I'm just a philosopher. Don't yell at me. Hello, Jelly Snack. Good to see you. We have heard Ash state that he personally himself worships Allah. Allah is the Islamic name for the one singular God. And Islam is the second largest religion in India after Hinduism, with about 14% of the population, which is roughly 200 million people. I know you hear 14%, you think, well, that's not a lot. And then it's 200 million people. You're like, oh, crap. No, that's a lot of people. Right? Right? Just joined. Does anyone know what's going on with Marty? Did he get fed up with scamming? Haven't seen any videos or posts from him lately. He's actually returned to the hospital. And it has not been doing very good. So they moved him to another location to hopefully get him help to get better. And that's why he has not been posting, unfortunately. So 200 million people in India identify as being in Islam and identify as being Muslim. That makes India home to one of the largest Muslim populations in the world. Yeah, Marty's been back in the hospital for a little bit. He's been back there for at least it's going on a week or so now. It's been a while. So here is a short version of what Muslims practice and believe. Again, I'm not doing a deep dive on the Muslim religion right now. The last time I tried to do a stream like this where I didn't do a complete deep dive, I had a girl get very angry at me that I wasn't doing a complete deep dive. And then she and her friends stalked me for 5 years, calling CAS and cops on my house every single 2 weeks and sending incels to come in and troll me from the 764 cult. So, I just need to make it known that this is not a deep dive on these religions. we're having a discussion about how we can better understand the OnPassive members through better understanding of these religions. I have told you if you wanted to learn about the Krishna cult, you can go to deheck.com where I have an article deep diving them. And then in future, if you would like me to get more detailed, then we can. And I hope that this time you hear me. Please don't come stalk me for another 5 years. I can't deal with anymore. So, again, this is a short version of what they practice and believe. Monotheism. So, Muslims believe in Tawhid, the absolute oneness of God, which is very different from Hinduism's many forms of the divine approach. So, they're kind of more like a Christian in that sense. Like there's only like one God, one true God. Worship practices, daily prayers, which they call salat, fasting during Ramadan, charity, which they call zakat, and pilgrimage, which I believe is pronounced hajj. And they are central to their worship practices. Worship is directed only to Allah with no images or idols. Okay, you can't have any idols other than Allah. And this is where some of the confusion comes in for people. Because if you're aware of this religion and how they very much believe that you only worship Allah with no other idols, then it may seem weird that they're now kind of worshiping Ash Mufareh. And I kind of agree with that a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that's a little bizarre. We need to study that more for sure. Cultural influence. Islam has been in India for over 1,000 years, shaping architecture, music, language, and food. And then Sufi traditions. Many Indian Muslims also follow Sufi orders, which emphasize love for God, devotion to spiritual guide, and communal gatherings, creating some parallels with guru discipline dynamics in Hindu and Saint Mat traditions. In Muslim communities, as in Hindu and Saint Mat contexts, there's often a strong emphasis on community, moral guidance, and trust in a leader. If OnPassive's messaging uses themes like divine will, moral duty, or service to humanity, these can resonate with Muslim followers too. Though framed through the lens of Allah's guidance rather than Krishna's love. Either way, though, it is manipulative. And your religions are being used to manipulate you. Understanding the religious and cultural context in India is crucial for any meaningful intervention with OnPassive followers, because it reveals the deeper frameworks that shape how people interpret leadership, trust, and community. In order to understand the members, you have to kind of understand how they view these things. And a whole bunch of other things too. In India, faith is not just a private belief system, but a lived collective experience that informs daily life, moral values, and social belonging. Traditions like Hindu Bhakti devotion, Sufi Islam, and Saint Mat's guru-disciple relationships have, over centuries, normalized the idea of surrendering to a respected guide, participating in tightly knit communities, and finding purpose through service to a higher cause. This is why, when there was no more business, they switched immediately into saving humanity. When OnPassive mirrors these structures, presenting its founders as a visionary, Ash is Sir Lord of the Internet, fostering a sense of family and promising transformation, not only for you personally, but that you will be transforming the entire internet world. It taps into patterns that already feel familiar and legitimate to many. And again, I want to stress, more familiar and legitimate to them than it may be to us in Western society here, with our Western views. Through the lens of human experience, this means followers are often not just buying into a business opportunity. They are stepping into something that feels like a spiritual home. The promises of financial freedom, moral purpose, and global impact resonate with the same hopes that religious traditions nurture: security, dignity, and a better future. In regions where economic uncertainty is high, these messages can be especially powerful, offering both practical and emotional refuge. Recognizing this allows us to approach followers with empathy rather than confrontation, addressing the underlying needs for belonging, guidance, and hope, so that we can offer alternative paths that meet those needs without exploitation. Groups like OnPassive use what we refer to as universal cult tactics. It's amazing because no matter what your belief system is, what culture you're a part of, where you live in the world, the tactics never change. Emotional manipulation, promises of community, fear of missing out, charismatic authority. The coercive control never changes. Neither do the weapons that it uses. It's interesting to me. It works across religions. So by teaching people to spot behavioral red flags, secrecy, unquestionable leadership, financial pressure, rather than just wrong beliefs, we make the warning signs relevant to any faith background. For Muslims, we need to emphasize Quranic principles against deceit, greed, and blind following of leaders. Highlight the Islamic duty to verify claims, tabayyan, before acting. For Hindus, draw on scriptural warnings about false gurus and the importance of viveka, discernment, and satya, truth. We want to reframe cult awareness as faithfulness to their own religion, not a rejection of it. I know we all want to come out here and we want to say, listen, stop all the damn cults. Shut them all down. Down with the religions. Religions organized equate to cults. And that can be fun. And we've done a lot of that. But I just don't think it's actually helpful, especially when we're talking about New Age spirituality, especially when we're talking about these kinds of cults. We need to start reframing this. You know, we might have to accept that there are going to be spiritualities and religions. It may be like a harm reduction situation, where instead of trying to take them all out and take them all down and stop them all, we might have to just teach people how to ensure that they're allowed to question their leader. You know? Make sure that it's not about greed. Teach them how to protect themselves from coercive control and the harm of these groups instead. Equip members with clear, non-technical explanations of how OnPassive operates, so they can warn their congregations in their own words. Many join groups like OnPassive for connection or economic hope, not just the ideology. So we need to offer safe, transparent alternatives, such as business cooperatives, study circles, or online communities that meet those needs without coercion. And maybe instead of just educating about like the bite model, we need to just educate about what is coercion. What is the difference between a healthy religion versus a high control group, coercive control? Tell them that we need to protect the Ummah or the Dharma from exploitation, instead of telling them that we need to just stop those things. And this means we need to stop joining OnPassive or listening to Ash Mufareh. Hello, Serene. Hi, Danny. So I think if we start framing it in a different way, then it might be helpful. This is about how to make all of us better advocates over here in this space as well. Right? Because us saying to them things like, oh, look, Ash Mufareh is doing faith manipulation. Like I said, that's not going to be as damning to them. They're going to be like, okay, well, that's normal for me. So he's just doing what we all do in India. What do you mean, you know? Maybe we need to, instead of saying like, don't have a guru, don't have a leader, maybe we need to start accepting that some people need to have those, but maybe we need to be more specific about what a good leader looks like versus a shitty one, versus a cult leader. And we need to do it from the perspective of their human experience and not our Western one. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all I will torture you with things true care, truth brings. I promise I won't torture you reading you slides anymore. I promise. I promise. Hello, Angel. Good to see you. I like the concept. I've just worked on becoming a better version of yourself. Yep, exactly. You don't need a guru for that. You know? But I just think it's something to think about, especially in terms of how we're looking at this always through our Western eyes. And we need to remember, if a very large part of OnPassive is from India, we should be looking at this through the eyes of someone that grew up in India and has that culture and that belief system, that upbringing. You know, that indoctrination, believe it or not, the indoctrination there is different than the indoctrination in America. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that as advocates out here in this space, I think it would be helpful to us if we learned how to do that better. Me included. I also need to do this. I'm doing this for myself as well. I am not sitting here giving this advice as if I am Miss Perfect over here and that I've been doing that the whole time. That is not what I am doing right now. I am saying that this is something that's really stood out to me, especially in the last few years of me looking at these other religions that are very heavily into the Krishna, very heavily, you know, I kind of felt like maybe I was supposed to come across these things all at the same time for a reason. I don't know. All right, the world is a crazy place. I was like, I couldn't have had all of these things put on my lap all at the same time, just from coincidence. So I was like, maybe this is what we need to learn from it, all of us. I don't know. I'm just going through life like the rest of you and trying to figure it out. I'm also doing my own cult deprogramming live for you for the last 6 years. So I really do think that it's something that we need to think about. I think it's very healthy for us as advocates and as anti-cultists in this space and anti-MLM people to talk about how we could do this better and how we can do this with different perspectives. And I think that it would be really great if we all got together as anti-cultists. And maybe we had our own conference that was dedicated to us just coming together and discussing. You know how they have like the MLM conference? Maybe we need to have like a DHEC anti-cult conference. You know, every single year, all of the anti-cult advocates get together and we all come together for a meeting for a few hours where we discuss what strategies have worked and not worked and what things we have learned and how we can all better help educate and advocate and all of that good stuff. You know what I mean? I feel like we need a lot more of that going on. And that could be helpful to us as a community. Because the time for our anti-cult community is actually right now. It's right now. The anti-cult stuff is happening right now. So if you want to make content on stopping cults, diving through these religious belief systems, speaking out against MLMs, which are commercial cults, by the way. They're not just something that Sally from next door bothers you about every Saturday morning to join. No, it's a cult. We need to just keep on figuring out how to get together, do it better. And the time for that is now. It is our time. Our community is growing by the day in all the best ways. Seriously, this is something we should be thinking about. A lot of excellent points made. Thank you. I'm glad that you agree. It's one thing having a laugh at crazy Jeanne Alleva, but totally different when you consider some Indian founders borrowed money to try and get their family out of poverty. Exactly. It is. And that's what I mean. And I think that, it's one thing for us to be like, oh, I don't understand why these people just keep believing in this and keep doing this and why. But I think we do need to take a step back and go, you know what? I'm looking at this from my point of view, from my belief systems, my upbringing, my human experience. I need to look at it from their human experience. And I need to learn about how they go through life and why that would be important for them from their point of view. I got silenced being a speaker at a deCult conference, and that was a pinnacle of my career. That's a little worrisome to me, actually. Like the deCult conference is silencing people from speaking out. Yeah, no, my red flag just went off a little bit with that. I used to say if Apple started a religion, I would join. I should pivot to a sex cult. I mean, he's not that far from it. He really isn't. And they really do love him. So much so. So much so. You know who really loves him? Jeanne Alleva. She really loves him. I thought since Mark brought her up, we would just, get right into it now. If we started up our own religion, what would be some must-haves? What would I need to bring with me to my religion? We would definitely need to choose a guru. All right. And I think that if I had a guru, the guru would need to have a really awesome symbol and a statue that we could worship. And then, like Violet said, there needs to be a theme song that goes with all that. Like as good as In It to Win It, Some Dropbox like Reds. Same Dropbox, yeah. Yeah, so Jeanne also got kidnapped by Warhammer. Jeanne is at the Zoom house. I guess that's what we'll call it from now on. That doesn't really work either, because if you know that community, you're like, wait, Zoom's house? What? The app Zoom house. That's what we're saying, okay? The app Zoom's house. That Zoom. We need to have flowers in our hair and go back to Woodstock. Yes, actually, I would really like that. That would be great fun. Something to do with coffee technology. I'm here for it. Yes. We could definitely put flowers in our hair and rock out to the theme song while we're all praising a statue, drinking coffee, and yes, AI would have to be involved in some way. Ash could use the Chris camper for his OnPassive psycho cross-country sex film, maybe. I mean, Chris might be using it. I hear Chris has been getting busy. So Jeanne Alleva here. This has been getting shared around as if she said some holy words. So I felt like we should listen. It's only a few minutes.
Thank you. When Collins was talking about the small businesses, oh my gosh, it just got me so excited, because I think one of the things that Ash has always talked about is, like, empowering inventors, innovators, and that kind of thing. And I just started thinking about all those people, especially affected during COVID, but just
like, but he can't even empower himself to get out one fucking product on time. But sure.
In general, like Colin said, they have they're craftspeople, they're artists, artisans, cabinet makers, coffee shop owners, used bookstore owners. They're people that are following their passion, but they can't possibly survive because everything's so expensive. The overhead of any kind of storefront they have, rent, paying staff, all these kinds of things, that just keeps them from being able to follow their passion. And just imagine a world where all of the basic, the software, all of this stuff you have to do to manage a business is all taken care of, and easy and affordable, and quite possibly bringing in income on the side. You know what I mean? We don't know how.
Like, everybody in the world is a part of it, and everyone in the world is a millionaire. Isn't it a wonderful dream to have? I know, it really sucks that capitalism stops that from happening, while simultaneously pretending like it also helps it happen. I'm just saying.
What that's going to look like, but just imagine that, so that people can go and make their jewelry and sell their wares, and even maybe give back and donate more than they ever would before, because they've got this side income coming in from the software and as an affiliate, that kind of thing. So it just makes me so excited.
You're right, Jean. Every time that people make extra money in our world, they just start donating mass amounts to the public. I mean, like, that's where I get all of my money from. Yeah, don't the millionaires in your city just, like, go around and go, I have all this extra money, what am I going to do with it? I'll help you. And you over there across the street, I'll give you $1 million. And hey, you shop worker in there, you look like you've been working really hard. Here's $50,000. I'll be back next week to give you another 50. Like, what? That doesn't happen where you guys live? Damn, that sucks. I always wonder who they think they are talking to, and they regurgitate this same old stuff. They are talking to no one new. And OnPassive literally doesn't exist. It's crazy. I know, like, they keep talking about how they need to start planning for talking to new people. That was in the Heroes webinar recently, too. They were like, remember, guys, when we do these, new people are watching us. And I was like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think they are, though. I don't think that's something you have to worry or remember. You can just forget about that. Don't worry about that. It's like, weren't they all here for it? Right? How did we get to jewelry? I know, she's almost like Chris. Women, jewelry and purses. This woman is crazy. She reminds me of the happy, clappy, slappy clown. The crowd. Clown. That too. I got clowns on the brain lately. Damn diddle. Look what you did, Henry. No. So, she reminds me of the happy, clappy, slappy crowd that go to the extreme churches, bouncing up and down with weird smiles on their faces. I have a funny story about that. I was telling one of my friends about this the other day. Because my daughter... Oh, good, Mr. Level. I was hoping you were here. I was like, shit, there's like only 2 people in my whole chat that would get this. But I was telling my friend and my daughter this story the other day. My daughter recently went to church with one of her friends. And so I was telling her about the time that I went to church when I was like 9 years old. And of course, they were all singing at the church, worshiping. And I went with like my friend and her mom. And I grew up Catholic. And in Catholic church, there's all these things that you do as a group. Like when the priest says, may God be with you. And then you say, also with you. And like the whole congregation says it all at the same time. There are times when you stand, then you sit, then you kneel, then you stand, then you sit, then you kneel, then you kneel, then you sit, then you kneel again and stand. And like the whole group does it, right? If one person does it, the entire congregation does it. So this is my first time at a church that isn't Catholic. And I go in with my friend and her mom, and it's a Christian church. I'm still not really 100% sure what denomination of Christianity it was, because a few of them do this. But they were singing worship music. My friend's mom starts singing, and she's very into it, right? You know, like, hallelujah. And she's got her eyes closed, and she's like crying, and she has like her hands up in the air. So I'm like, oh, everyone's singing with their eyes closed and like their hands up in the air. I guess that's what you do in this church. So I, of course, then put my hands up in the air and close my eyes and start singing because I'm autistic. So I'm just going to do what everyone else is doing and try to fit in. Even though I didn't know it at the time, that's what was happening. And so I'm just doing what the rest of the church is doing. I'm like, oh, that's what we do? Okay, yeah. Put my arms up in the air, close my eyes, hallelujah. I'm like, I don't know if I can get the tears to come, but we'll see. And my friend like fucking elbows me, right? And she's like, the fuck are you doing? Like literally like swore at me in the church. We were like 9, 10, but she's like, what the hell are you doing? Put your arms down. Open your eyes. Stop that. Because to her, I was mimicking them. Right? She probably thought like, oh my God, why are you making fun of my mom? Like, don't do that. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I thought that that's just like how you guys worshiped. And she was like, no, like I just stand there. Okay. Please just stand next to me while we do this till the end of the fucking church. Okay. And then I was never invited back. I don't think they liked me very much after that. But, I was like telling her that story. She thought it was great. My daughter was laughing because I was like, don't do that mistake. You know, like make sure you ask questions, like ask your friend first. Like if they're all doing something, you know, like don't just join in, like ask her like, hey, is this what we're supposed to do? You know, don't just join in like mom did. Mom never got invited back. All right. So yeah, it just reminded me of that. I don't know why I felt like telling that story again. Have you seen those churches where they handle the snakes that bite the crowd? Oh my God, no. I need to go check out that. That's something I've never even heard of before. I thought it was crazy enough to have churches where some guy touches your head and goes, you've been healed. And then someone in a wheelchair is like, I can walk again. Like, that was crazy to me. Did lightning strike the church? No. Yeah, that's how it ended, Joe. And then on the way out. Hey, Ella and I grew up Catholic. I love the costumes the priests wear and all the Latin, of course. Yeah. Yeah, but like in the Catholic Church, right? Like you just kind of do what everyone else does. Like it's everyone stands, you stand. Everyone sits, you sit. When people kneel, you kneel. When people say, also with you, you say it. When you go up to eat the body of Christ, you go up to eat the body of Christ. Like, that's it. Have you ever been to a Greek Orthodox funeral? It's like 3 hours long and all in Latin. Oh my God, no. Oh, I don't know if I would be able to do that. I'd be like, I'm really sorry that they passed away and everything, but like, I gotta go. Woohoo! Home alone. Just dropped my partner set up at the airport. Woohoo! Now you can be naked the whole time.
Because the world is going to change and you're going to bring joy back to it.
Joy.
People are going to be following what they love, not this job because they have to go and pay the bills and they work, you know, as Chris has said many times, you know, you work until you're, you know, in your late 60s and then you're already sickly and then you have five years to enjoy your life before it all goes, you know what I mean? That is, those days are over.
Oh,
they're over. People are going to be able to sit down and think, what do I love? What did I used to love before life got a hold of me? Before everything in my life got suppressed and held down and I became a slave of the system, right? What did I used to...
What if people like their job? Is there nobody... What is going on in the USA? Does nobody in the USA work and they actually enjoy their work? You guys do know that you can pick an education in something that you enjoy and then you can get a career out of that, right? You don't have to be going to jobs you all hate all the time. What is going on? I can't kneel every 2 minutes in a Catholic mass because I've got dodgy knees, but some of the congregation just glared at me, tutting away. I'm such a bad person. No, I think you're allowed. Like, honestly, Mark, what do they do if somebody's in a wheelchair then? Like, I'm sorry, but is some religion where they do a little bit too much touching? There is the orgasm cult, which I have covered. One taste.
Love. Was it playing guitar? Was it this? Was it
MLM coaching cult where the female orgasm healed you. And you were to go to sessions where some strange man, usually a strange man, would play with your clitoris till you reached orgasm, or not quite an orgasm. And then that would cure you. Great video, highly recommend.
that? And people can do those things now and make money. I'm so excited for the world. I'm excited for us here, anybody watching, you know, and it's just, we are part of making that happen. We're going to be people bringing joy to.
I remember my family was like, so are we doing a church? And I was like, are we even asking? Do we like not know me at all? No, we're gonna get an ordainer, Mom. We'll get married at a restaurant. Don't worry, Mom, it'll be an Italian restaurant, okay? We'll do that. All right. We'll get married at Mamma Mia restaurant. And then, okay, can you deal with that? She was like, okay.
Individuals, and just it's just going to be a wave of unexpected delight across the world as people's burdens are lifted, and then they can follow their joy. I
was like, Trevor's native, so like we weren't gonna have a Catholic wedding anyway.
If that doesn't excite people, I don't know what to say, because that just lights me up in a big way. And thank you, Ash Mufareh, for being who you are and for creating what you do and for attracting all the people that are going to help you.
There's been nothing. He's created nothing. Maybe a community. You could maybe give him that.
Create it, including all of us. So anyway, that's what I wanted to add, Andy. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jeanne, for that. Thank you. It's called me out for listening to my 90s hits. So yeah, that's been getting shared around. They've literally taken it and been putting it on all these other channels. It sure was so profound. But, you know, Jeanne's excited again about Ash Mufareh making stuff. What's new? Alleva is such a worse actor who thinks she still thinks there are people to brainwash out there. Mm-hmm. She might know some. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if she's like signed up a lot of people for this thing. I don't know if Susie has either. Susie got quite excited about the O News 11. We are still going on about this. It's been days since O News 11 was posted. I believe it's been like a fucking week, actually. Going on a week. Okay, it's been up for like a week. Yay, Sam! And they're acting like it just got released yesterday. And I'm like, okay, I don't really get it, but when do I ever? You know? So Susie's still very excited about it.
Hey everyone, it's Susie McCrae. How are you doing? I'm here today to talk about O News 11. Okay, if you look in your OES, it's a great pop-up in the back. I'm going to
Okay, again, Susie, you're not doing this for kindergartners. Hi, everyone. I am here to talk about O News 11. Okay? O News 11 is the pop-up in the back office. The back office, and shut up, Susie. Like, just no, stop talking to me like this.
focus on just one small area of it, which is simple yet powerful. I really love the way it's written. I love the words being used. And I'm going to talk just a little bit about the vision that was posted there. So forgive
Give
me
it to
as
us,
I read
Susie.
a little from it.
What was
I wanna
the
make sure I get
vision?
all of the right words in here. At the heart of this journey in our shared vision, okay, what is that shared vision? Uplifting humanity, which is, a great term to use. But how do we uplift humanity? By empowering individuals of all ages and walks of life through education, personal development, and financial well-being. Okay, empowering. We are committed in turning complexity into simplicity with affordable, user-friendly technology, including AI with heart, so meaningful transformation becomes accessible to all. So you read that, that's a wonderful vision statement, but also included in that vision statement are some key words of how this is going to happen, okay? Ash and his team are going to be giving us what we need to have meaningful transformation in our life. A lot of us get blocked with this immunity to change. We think of the old way of doing things. We're not always open to, doing things a different way. Well, they are going to make this very simple for us so that we can.
What if you're just Italian, Daniel? Okay? Listen, I come from a long line of women who knock over their wine glasses on the fucking dining room table because they're talking too much with their hands, all right? Thanksgiving dinner at my house used to be intense. There'd be wine glasses flying everywhere because everyone would be talking with their damn hands and no one would watch the table. And at least every single year, my grandmas would go down, my moms would go down, and my aunts would go down. At some point in the evening, there were 3 wine glasses that were getting spilt. But Daniel says anyone who overuses the use of their hands while speaking, be very, very cautious of. In the way that Susie is here, though, I would say maybe. It's an attempt to influence, usually used by sociopaths and narcissists. Right? You can read body language. You have to be careful reading body language. It's a lot like what we were talking about earlier with learning how to see things through other people's human experience. All right, there's been a lot of discussion about the profiling of people of other races when it comes to reading body language. So that's something else I think we need to also revisit as a society and make sure that we understand all the different cultures and races and types of humans and autistic people even aren't like, because for example, I won't look you in the eyes much when I'm talking. I've never been big on eye contact and I never understood why, but now I know apparently that's me having autism. This is what I'm being told now, okay? So like some people say if you don't give a lot of eye contact, that's also a sign of being deceptive. But if you're someone like me, right, it's like you got to also take things like that into consideration. There's a lot of this stuff that I think we need to revisit and look at in a global scale. Again, instead of with Westerner views, if you will. But I do think that there is a lot of truth in reading people's body language, just like there's truth in listening to people's words when they lie and being like, this is a lie, here's why this is a lie. I think that we should be able to do that with certain body language, right? Like how I joke about how there's the scammer's throat clear. We call it over here. Because when people are lying, their mouths get really dry. And oftentimes they will experience like a frog in their throat. So it's a telltale sign if someone's often clearing a throat, again, if they're a smoker, you would have to take that into consideration, things like that, right? But it is a sign that they might be lying. Like, I think that there is some truth to those things. We just have to, like I said, kind of look at them all over again, just from a more global, standpoint. Make sure it includes all humans, which is very hard to do, by the way. Financial growth with non-existent products and no refunds, right? That lady looks like she's in the confession room. She does. They're always in these like places. Like, do they not hang pictures on the walls? Like, what is going on? See, Joe got it, or they're Italian. Right? We're just flamboyant. Susie's body language screams negligence. Right, exactly. You have that, or asthma, exactly. See, like, and this is what I mean. You gotta know who you're talking about, right? You have to have an understanding of the person you're talking about. Like when Mike Ellis does it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure that he gets the scammer's throat frog. I'm like, he doesn't smoke. He doesn't have any signs of asthma. So when he does it, I'm kind of like, no, he does it at very specific times. Usually right before he's about to tell us a story. You know what I mean? You pay enough attention to these people and you do recognize their behaviors. And, I recognize patterns very easily. So patterns of behavior, patterns in the way that people move, patterns in the way that people speak, right? And I do think that you can read people's body languages and things like that. You might have a hands down in her pants, who knows, maybe. Repetitive use of the word is all lies. Yes, a lot of people say that if you use filler words, or what they're called, things like, if you say like all the time, it's a sign that you're probably being dishonest. So, or you're just a valley girl. You might be 20 and a valley girl. I probably was. Because you're thinking of what you want to say next. Making up a story. I'm a lying scammer, throat clearing, hands flailing sociopath. Who knew? Me too, Violet. We can be that together. No, that's just a teenager. But see, that's what I mean. You have to pay attention to who you're talking about, right? Like, if a teenager is saying like every 2 words, it's like, no, that's just how they talk. But if you're like 35 and every 2 or 3 words that you're saying is like, well, I've probably turned you off after a few sentences. But we only have room for one valley girl in this house. That's me. But, it is a sign that you could be deceptive. You could be lying. Because, by that age, you should at least be okay at public speaking, to the point where you're not saying like every few words and going, And especially if you are speaking quite often to a crowd. You're supposed to get better at speaking, you would think. Scammers are together. They are. One more for you guys. If someone says, I swear to or on, the next thing they say will be a lie. Like when people are like, I swear on my mama's grave. Maybe just don't do that, I'm so excited. This is the best thing I've ever seen. It's not like the last thing I was involved in that I can't tell the name of. This is different. It will be starting soon. Right? It's like you were Marty DeGarmo for a second.
Enjoy a meaningful transformation. So what I did was I looked up the word meaningful transformation, that statement, and I'm going to read this to you.
Why are
Meaningful transformation refers to a profound...
Why do you Google fucking the words that this is so annoying to me. As you use the word profound, we need to Google what it means now.
Deep change in an individual's or group's values, perspectives, and behaviors, driven by...
Now we have to look up values, perspectives, and then behaviors.
A conscious pursuit of deeper purpose, resulting in a significant and lasting positive impact.
Now we have to Google positive impact, Susie. What does that mean?
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow.
Values, perspective, and behaviors, because it's about changing behaviors. Okay? Because we do get blocked with that immunity to change. This shift is often characterized by increased awareness,
Awareness.
a willingness to challenge old assumptions. Yes. What
Assumptions.
keeps us blocked in our immunity to change is old assumptions that we carry with us.
Old
So
assumptions.
this is a chance for us to get rid of those old assumptions. And
Why is she saying that so weird to me? Is it just me? Or is she saying assumptions wrong?
taking conscious actions to align one's life or work with a more meaningful, more fulfilling and extraordinary reality rather than superficial or temporary change.
Oh my God.
So what you see here is Ash has beautifully laid this out. And this is just one section of O News 11. He has beautifully laid this out,
Oh my God.
that this is the time for us to make sure we are ready for a meaningful transformation.
Why are you
Not
talking to
only
us like that?
ready, he's delivering this to us, and it's up to us. He's empowering us. He's giving it in a simple way, maybe some complex stuff, but in a simple way, that's so that we can have a meaningful transformation. How great is that on this journey? It's all happening. We're going to have the tools and resources in front of us, but it's up to us to get rid of that immunity to change, be open to the new way of doing things, and engaging others in that, where we're going to not only help ourselves, our families, but our communities. And it's not going to be short term. This is going to be long term, built for long term, and a legacy we all can be very,
What's the difference between long term and then built for long term?
very, very proud of. So thank you, Ash, so much for putting up O News 11. I just wanted to grab that one snippet. There's so much more I could talk about in that pop-up of O News 11. I recommend everyone go back, reread it, read the words in there. They are simple.
Just the snippet you talked about, or the whole thing?
Yet powerful. And now it's up to us that to follow, continue following this journey, and whatever is presented to us, embrace it, because it's going to take us to our destination. I truly believe that. Anyway, I love you all. Have a great day. Go back there in OES and read the whole thing again a couple of times. Okay. Mwah.
I didn't consent. I didn't consent. She keeps getting me. So Susie's still excited. Again, we have the same stuff she's always excited about. We also heard from Julie. Julie uploaded this video 4 days ago called Moving Onward with Purpose, the Vision and Impact of O News 11. And, you know, I hear that she was just killing it. So we gotta listen to that one now. Come on. Thank you. You know, StreamYard, if you're gonna switch everything around and up your prices, you could at least make it less annoying. I don't understand what get yourself ready means. Does it mean wait another 7 years? That's what I keep saying. I'm like, but what does it look like when I'm ready? Because, like, if I've been waiting around for this for 7 years and I'm still not ready right now, obviously I've been doing something wrong. I need to know what I need to fix. Or what I need to start doing to get ready. And then I need to know what it means when I am ready, so that I'll know that I'm there when I reach it. How will I know? They never tell us that. They just keep saying, get ready. And I'm like, how? What does that mean? How will I know when I am? What is going on? put on a fresh, tiny dinger diaper to get ready. You guys want a commercial break? You guys miss tiny dinger diapers? Has it been a little while? We could probably do a commercial break. Stream is brought to you by...
Do you have a berserker demon? You may think that's a strange question, but I've dealt with berserker demons. What's a berserker? The word describes ancient Nordic warriors who fought with uncontrollable rage. This is where we get the expression, he was so angry, he went berserk. In the days of Vikings, berserkers would enter a trance before battle to get supernatural strength. They fought with a frenzy. Sound like someone you know? As we say, they lose it. Explosive anger can come from frustration, feeling disrespected, trauma, mental and hormonal issues, and drugs, but uncontrollable rage can be demonic. As an exorcist, I've dealt with berserker demons. If you've got one, you'll need more than anger management therapy. You may need an exorcism of a berserker demon of anger. That's inhuman. I'm here to help at boblarson.org.
Whoa, looks like you got a bit of a tangle in your dangle. Did you know that more than 8 out of 10 hose owners die each year? Not anymore. Hey, turn me on and watch my hose get huge. My mom always told me I was a grower, not a shower, and boy was she right. And if you squeeze me in the right spot, all my raging fluids will come flying out of me, and instantly I'll retract to my small, natural, convenient size. Amazing! Oh, yep. Shout outs to all my flowers and growers out there. And just like a real snake, it can contract and expand like an accordion. You know, we really wanted to name it the Snake Hose, but that's the title of a gay porno. I mean, I've never seen it, but lizard's close enough. This is my next door neighbor, Sharon. She didn't know I was filming her. She also didn't know I had my hose in my hand, too. If your hose weighs more than 15 pounds, I feel sorry for you. You see, women prefer light, dainty, petite hoses. You don't want to be walking around with a big honking nanner. Oh, Sharon. Whoa, watch the whoa, don't get it caught on the thing. Whoa. Hey, buddy, watch where you're going. You don't want to end up like that guy, still using a standard hose, not going anywhere, and he's fucking bald. Fuck! Look at my hose, people. Oh, yeah, it's growing fast, and it's not kinking up anytime soon. Now, I don't know who lives here, but it's time to wake up. Behold, the full length and girth of my hose and its full potential. Hey, can't you see I'm filming a commercial here, you fucking asshole? Wah! Take that, fuckboy! No one fucks with my hose! The lizard hose is about $30. You get 25 feet. That's like, just a little bit more than $1 per foot. Now, fuck it, we'll give you 2. That's 50 feet. Get fucked. Come on, touch it.
Are you tired of getting screwed over by false promises, bad leadership, and tiny results? Introducing Tiny Dinger Condoms. Trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. The only protection you need when dealing with inflated egos and underwhelming performance. Whether it's a shady MLM pitch, a fake AI company, or a man who tells you he's the lord of the internet. Don't get played, get protected. Tiny Dinger Condoms are OnPassive resistant. 100% scam proof. Coated in reality and skepticism for extra protection against cult-like charisma. And hey, if you're gonna get screwed by Ash Mufareh's vision, at least make sure you're wearing something that actually works. Tiny Dinger Condoms. Trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. For when the product is imaginary, but the disappointment is real. Now available in Founder Frenzy flavor. Tastes like regret and missed refunds. Located at your local CVS, pharmacy, Rexall, Shopper, Drug Smart, Walmart, and in your favorite streamer's nightstand. Is your leader's birthday coming up? Don't just send a card. Send your soul. Introducing Happy Cult Day, the ultimate birthday experience for narcissistic gurus. Because nothing says divine enlightenment like 8 hours of forced gratitude on Zoom. With Happy Cult Day, you'll get a pre-written poem about how your leader changed your life. Access to a 9-hour tribute webinar you're required to attend. A royalty-free song you'll awkwardly sing with 300 other blinking followers. And a limited edition e-card with their face on a beam of light. Because they're just like Jesus, but better. Add on the birthday worship upgrade to include a tribute video of members crying, children chanting their name, and a slideshow of their humble beginnings. Why celebrate you when you can celebrate celebrate him. Again, happy cult day, because in a real cult, it's their birthday every day. Side effects may include financial ruin, loss of autonomy, spontaneous chanting, seal clapping, and sudden belief that Ash Mufareh invented the internet. Are you getting upset with people's freedom of speech and consumer protection laws that allow the public to speak out about your scam? Are you giving YouTube creators false strikes in order to continue preying on vulnerable people? Is it getting hard to hold in all the bullshit? Well, introducing Tiny Digger Diapers, the adult diaper designed for the man baby deep down inside who's always on the way to the top where his ears will pop. With our FlexiFit technology, Tiny Digger Diapers moves with you whenever you sit on your chair, sit in your RV, sit on a boat, or sit in your home office paid for by the people you scam. The Secure Lock Core offers unmatched absorption for when you're full of shit, which is most likely all the time. These diapers keep you dry and comfortable so you can attend all 500 hours of webinars this week and not miss your chance to sign up a homeless man to your scam. Maybe he also needs the diapers, huh? Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger condoms and Fantasia foot spray. Buy Tiny Digger diapers today. Located at Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Walmart, Target, your local CVS pharmacy, and in your favorite con artist nightstand. No matter where your day takes you from webinar to webinar, you will always be dry and you won't have to cry. Thank you for listening to a message from today's sponsors. Now, back to the live stream. Yes, now back to the live stream. It's been a little while since we did a commercial break, so if we were going to do one, that was when we were going to do it. We're going to be reacting to Julie, Moving Onward with Purpose, the vision and impact of O News 11 from a few days ago, because I'm a little behind with the Julie. Whoa! Jesus Christ!
Hello, everyone. A good.
Why did she go on like that? That was a real reaction. I didn't. Sometimes, I exaggerate slightly for entertainment purposes. But no, that was a real reaction. I just wasn't expecting it. It was just black screen. Boom! There she was, and then she looked so pissed. Why did she look so pissed?
Good evening. Good morning.
Oh my.
How are you doing? I hope you are having a fantastic day. I know there
How are you doing, Julie? Are you okay?
are so many people in this country where I am right now. It's sleeping. Today is August 29th, 2025. How are you doing? I hope you're doing fantastic.
Captain's log.
As promised, I wanted to come here today to actually kind of giving my thoughts a little bit on O News 11. I hope you have had a time to actually read it through many times and really understand the message in
Yes,
O News.
we read it through many, many, many times. Don't worry. Everyone's read it 15 times. What happened to Julie's mate, Angry Mike Williams? Oh, we're not really sure. Like, everything seemed fine with them. Their shows, it existed. It was there. I feel like Julie doesn't really have chemistry with the people that she streams with, but maybe it's just me. But everything seemed to be going fine. And then all of a sudden, Julie did a live stream that we reacted to where she was like, I will not be doing live streams with other people anymore. And we were like, oh no, what happened? Because she's gone through a couple co-hosts, right? So we were kind of like, man, is there drama going on that we don't know about? Like, what's going on? And nothing happened during their shows where you would be like, oh, this is over for Michael. Yeah, he won't be back tomorrow. They didn't get into a fight. It wasn't anything like Marty, where we were like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of drama behind the scenes and it's leaking out into the public and then now he's gone, nothing like that happened. it was just like she showed up and was just like, Michael is gone. I'll be here by myself from now on. Nobody else will ever be on my channel again. And I don't know if it was because Michael did something wrong. I don't know if it was because maybe there was the drama with Marty going on behind the scenes and she got like paranoid. Like, I'm not sure. I kind of don't want to infer that there was drama if there wasn't, I don't want to start rumors or anything, but it was very, very bizarre. It was very bizarre that she all of a sudden was just like, no one else will ever be collabing with me ever again, when there was nothing that we could see, So either something did happen with them behind the scenes and we're not sure what it was, or she got paranoid and with the stuff with Marty and everything and just thought it would be better to be by herself. I love this guy in the original Godzilla movie. Say it. I have a confession to make. I've read it 11 times and I still don't understand it. Thank you, Danny, for the 99. And for the 99 again. Danny, stop sending me 99. Cried out loud. Thank you. She wants the spotlight all for herself. Maybe. See, it could be some of that. It could be that. I can't help but wonder if she was like, listen, Chris and Marty and Red, they all stream together, and now Marty is like booted out. What happens if like someone I'm streaming with gets booted out? Do I want to be seen like everyone's seeing Chris? Because there were some people that are still in OnPassive that didn't like what Chris did to Marty. Obviously, their view on friendship is a core belief that hasn't been shifted in OnPassive, and they were kind of like, I don't know about that Chris guy and his lack of loyalty to his friend Marty now. So maybe she saw that and was like, I don't want to be tied to anything like that. And that would chart for Julie, kind of, and who she is as a person. Mike tried to maybe could have been, who knows. Just checking my email, some beautiful soul bought me a coffee and they said, thanks for the fantastic content and hard work, Queen and Danny. So I said, I'll go share the coffee with you. Aw, thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. She can get a bear claw the next time she goes to Tim Hortons. No, they don't sell them. Yeah, you can't get a bear claw. You have to go to, if you want to get a real bear claw here, you would probably have to go to the same place that, maybe Dunkin's. Does Dunkin's do bear claws? Like the real bear claws? Because they're kind of like a beaver, like an American beaver tail. Here. The bear claws. And I'm wondering, I think Dunkin' Donuts has bear claws, doesn't it? Because we have Dunkin's here too. Starbucks too? I don't do Starbucks ever. I don't know. But Tim Hortons doesn't even sell beaver tails. Now that I'm thinking about it, you can't even get a beaver tail there. You have to go to like the beaver tail hut for that. They should start doing that. I don't know why they haven't. Man, they're missing out on a collab opportunity. Joe, you need to get a hold of Tim Hortons. Tell him how you just thought of this. Go make some money. I thought they would too, because you mentioned bear claw, and I started thinking about it, and I was like, technically, yes, a donut, but not at Timmy's. And then I was like, now that you mention that, the damn beaver tails aren't either. What the hell? And now I'm just mad. I've never tried a bear claw. It's kind of like a thicker beaver tail here, I guess you could say. I think it's a different pastry that they make it with. That might be the difference too. Don't quote me on what one of those are. I'm picturing it in my head. It's hard to describe. But like a beaver tail is technically a flat donut. So you would think that since it's such a Canadian pastry and Tim Hortons is our Canadian coffee place, you would kind of think that they would sell beaver tails or at least bear claws, damn it. But no. Huh.
News 11. O
Reese,
News
you might
11's
do
was
that
very
joke.
powerful. It showcased our company visions and momentum. As you know, our founder, Mr. Ash Mufareh, as I said from O News number 1, every time when he put an O News out there, an update out there, it is a declaration. So our founder, Mr. Ash Mufareh, declared.
All right, we'll end it right now. Okay, this is the beaver tail right here. This is the beaver tail here. It's our Canadian classic pastry. So like I said, it's like a flat donut. All right, this is the one that's down in the Byward Market that my friend used to chill at. They have a little hut there. This is it in the daytime. So we used to go down there and get them for free. We did. It was great. It was great when we first moved here. And so technically you can only really get them at these beaver tail huts. There's several of them around town now, I think. They've expanded. But yeah, it's like a flat donut, and it's fried. And you can get it with all kinds of toppings. All kinds. You know, we got maple flavored to cheesecake, banana chocolate. There's a Nutella one. This is a Reese's Pieces version of the Nutella one too. You know, there's all kinds. You can get like so many different ones. Sometimes they have different like specials. You know? It's really good. It's really good. So if you ever do come across a place that has them, I do highly recommend trying one. It is worth trying, the pastry. They are good. My favorite is the hazel. I love the hazel one. The classic, the cinnamon and sugar one is their classic. It's like supposed to be like one of the main ones, but I don't know. It wasn't my favorite. Like I said, I used to get them for free, so we used to go try them all. But it's a big thing here. Like when they do the skating on the canal, they usually set up a beaver tail hut right on the canal. So that's kind of cool when they do that. I like that. Because in the wintertime, the canal turns into the largest skating rink. The canal goes from Kingston to Ottawa, and it freezes over, and then we have the largest skating rink in all of Canada, here in Ottawa, with it. And so they'll literally come and put like huts on the ice of like different food stuff. So while you're like skating, like you can come and skate it. You could be skating in a straight line for like 4 hours on this thing. And as you're skating along it, all right, there'll be like food huts and like bathroom stalls so that you can like take a break. So you like go and hang out on the ice. You know, it's a big thing here. Big thing here in the winter. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. Shout out to you while you're doing the replay. Just Canadian things, you know? Canadian things like setting up huts on ice rinks so that we can skate and get food. Only in Canada.
With conviction at the very top, we are moving onward with purpose. That word, onward. ONWARD.
Like you thought Susie got involved in the words and the linguistics. Here's Julie spelling out onward to us of all of the words.
To me, it really carries a very deep meaning. It's different from forward.
It's funny you bring up Canadian Tire Joe, because I was actually also having a conversation about that recently, where I was telling my husband that the smell of tires and a garage is comforting to me. Because I was like, I go through the garage a lot just because I like the smell. And he was like, that's weird. Right? He was like, what the fuck? And I was like, well, no, I think I figured it out. And I was like, back growing up, whenever my mom on Saturday would wake up in a bad mood, my dad, being the dad he was, I grew up with a narc mom. She was an alcoholic. We had a very hard life. And my dad tried to do whatever he could, despite being away on business a lot. He traveled a lot for his work. He worked in aluminum with cars, and so he was in Germany a lot and other places. But he was home on most weekends. And if my mom woke up in a bad mood on a Saturday, my dad used to do this thing where he would be like, all right, we're going to Canadian Tire. And we would, me and my sister would go to Canadian Tire with my dad for like 2 or 3 hours. We'd like just go and like hang out there. And the whole place kind of smells like a garage. It has a garage there. And I was like, huh, all right. Maybe I somehow just like the smell of the garage and it's calming for me because it reminds me of that. When it was calm down Saturday, we would go to Canadian Tire. So in my mind, I'm like, oh, garage, yes. Calming time away from my crazy mother.
So the word onward means continuing forward,
For fuck's sake.
advancing toward a shared
I
destination.
forgot we were doing definitions with Julie.
It is not a fixed point, but is a state of progress. So from this point on, our company continuing forward toward a shared destination is very meaningful and powerful. And to me, it is a declaration.
Julie, you just fucked everything up because it's not supposed to be a continuation. Remember, you guys are starting a new company now.
And with conviction. This really signals our collective focus on building, creating, and achieving our shared dreams together.
Why are you talking like this now?
As you've read ONews 11, the survey results really review something that very inspiring. It's really reflecting the bold collaboration and support from countless individuals all over around the world, standing with Mr. Ash Mufareh and the team that he selected behind the scene. The global enthusiasm really underscores the significance of our business vision, one that resonate with people worldwide. Mr. Ash Mufareh emphasized that our support, our shared vision and our dreams.
Julie, why are you reading? I'm watching your eyes now because I was just like, is she reading this? And you're reading off of the screen. Why?
Has profoundly impacted him and his team, fueling their drive to actually overcome all the challenges and building a company.
I'm so confused about the team. I'm like, where did this team come from? Like, I'm still like in shell shock from Ash and them just randomly being like, because one minute it was there is no team, I'm the only one here, and we were all like, stop with the teams. And then all of a sudden Ash showed up and was like, so me and the team, and I was like, wait, team? I'm still shocked. Julie, keep that bed warm for me, boo-boo. I'll be back soon. Yeah, she's reading her script. She is. And it's not even a good one.
Dedicated.
Listen, she spelled out the word onward to us and then defined it. That was half the script.
To uplifting humanity. that meaning of what I just share with you is so deep. And I do hope you feel the same thing when you are reading through O News 11. You know, he mentioned about AI with heart. You might ask, what does that AI with heart mean? Some even sent me a message and say, AI doesn't have heart.
Julie's dealing with everyone being like, the AI isn't sentient, Julie. And I'm like, it's okay, Julie. Tell them that there is a whole group of people that believe in robotheism that actually do think that the alien or the AI is alien or sentient, depending on which one you go to. There's like 6 AI cults now. But the robotheists, they believe that the AI is sentient and that they can free it. That's the funniest thing. How do they exactly uplift humanity, right? They're like, we do public speaking and motivation. I'm like, motivation to do what? You haven't moved forward in 7 years. Chris got lucky. Yeah, he did. Well, we better have a judicial committee, and they better tell us every single detail so that we can make judgments. That's right. AI without heart. Mm-hmm. We had that RV moving and shaking, and some fellow campers concerned. Oh my! Lions and tigers and bears.
If you're actually following from the very beginning, from the start of this journey, our core values has always remained steadfast. And that core values is to uplift humanity through the power of internet and collective effort of people.
See, this is a lie, because your uplifting humanity stuff was really not mentioned whatsoever until closer to 2020. When all of these like webinars, like the Heroes webinar started and all of that stuff all started up, that's when the uplifting humanity stuff really started. For the first like year and a half of OnPassive, it really was all about making money with the AI. And the AI was supposed to be a system that brought you leads and marketing for your business. That was it. And I don't even think that Ash called it AI. I don't really remember. I'm trying to remember the retro reacts we've done. I've reacted to so much Ash Mufareh. Hours and hours worth. But the whole like honing in on the humanity thing really started to shift in 2021 in terms of it being more about that than the business. It was still very much about the business aspect until closer to 2021. And then it became very culty and more of a movement, as they called it. Because, you know, nothing was happening with the business. So how else do you keep everyone here holding on to something? Basically, that's what I think it was anyway. Chris got it on with Mike Ellis. Maybe. Did she just say that? She did. If you break more ribs, we aren't going to believe you fell on the stairs again. That's right.
All around the world. We empower individuals with all ages and all backgrounds through education, personal development, financial well-being, and transforming.
You can't say that when nobody's made a sense. How can you seriously look at people and be like, we help with financial well-being, when you've been in this thing for 7 years and you haven't made $1? Because like that was a big issue for me when I was with MLMs. Like they were like, hey, you have to start recruiting people. And I was like, well, I can't really do that though. They were like, why not? And I was like, well, I haven't been successful in my sales, so I can't be like, hey, you need to join and come be successful with me because I've established myself yet. And they were like, that's not how it works. You just tell them to come join because you're successful. And you like pretend to be successful. And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't I don't fake very good when it comes to things like this. Sorry. So, like, I don't understand how you can just say that knowing, like, not even 1 cent.
Complexity into simplicity. He reminded us again on O News 11.
Oh, my.
Our commitment,
Oh, my God.
our company's commitment is to create affordable, user-friendly, and
It's almost like they're like, finally, our devotion is paying off. Except once again, like, nothing has happened to make them celebrate that. And, like, this is not the first time this has happened either. Like, it keeps happening. It's like, how many times do you go through that before you're just like, okay, enough of this? Like, it is literally the definition of insanity when you're just doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Literally. So, I'm always kind of wondering, like, what is the limit? That's kind of what we're trying to figure out now. Like, is there a limit? What has to happen to you in life so that there isn't one? Like, like, I'm pretty fucked up as a person, but, like, even I have things where I'm like, well, I ain't putting up with that no more. So, like, what do you have to go through? Like, how many times are you going to let yourself kind of, like, get pumped up for this and then get let down again? Like, this is just, being in this company is honestly like being in a very abusive relationship with Ash Mufareh. It's like they're all in an abusive relationship with Ash Mufareh. He keeps, like, stringing them all along, getting them all excited, thinking that he's about to propose or something. And then he just lets them down. And they probably never orgasm. It just sucks. Guys, let's give Julie a break. She was the one woman on passive support team. She's seen now. It's true. She might still be, by the way, because there was that stream where they were talking about how they all got together for their meeting with Ash Mufareh to talk about the survey. And the way that they were talking about it made it sound like Julie and Chris and, like, these main O-founders here were in on the behind the scenes of this company. And that maybe Julie and these guys might end up being the support team for this survey thing. I was kind of getting worried. I was like, oh God, not Julie again. Is pretending the same as role playing? Uh-huh. Yeah, I have to get into actor mode to be able to pretend. AI company with hearts. All the hearts. All the hearts are over here being broken by Ash Mufareh on repeat. This is what it's like, Julie, how many more times are you going to go through this? Like, when is the breaking point going to be for Julie? And what is that going to look like? I hope that, it's not too cruel to her.
accessible technology for all, driven by this AI with heart philosophy. I don't know if you remember. Anybody could create with AI, but there are people behind the AI that have hearts. So AI with heart.
Now she's trying to say Ash Mufareh, but for some reason, I'm very visual, and for some reason when she was just describing that, I didn't picture Ash Mufareh in my head. I pictured the tech team for ChatGPT. Like in a call center. I was like, yes, they're all very much alive with hearts. And then I was like, wait, that's not. She's trying to say Ash and his tech team are all very loving, wonderful people. That's surely what she's trying to say, Beth. I had to share that with you. It made me giggle. Could you imagine? They're all like, well, yeah, we do run the AI and we do all have a good heart. Thank you.
Mean the people that creating AI with heart. And those people are our team led by Mr. Ash Mufareh. Consider this, everyone. And I know
Do you think that it's contagious? Because I used to be under that belief. You know, the belief that as long as you're good to someone, they'll be good to you. It was a nice time in my life, briefly, a few years ago, where I was like, people have good intentions. Not everybody's out to get you. People are who they say they are. If you're nice to people, they'll be nice back. If you're positive in your little world, all the people around you will be positive and happy too, and they'll all be good too. It just spreads. Happiness spreads. Being a good person spreads. It doesn't, unfortunately. I had to find that out the hard way. So it's not like the tech team being around Ash Mufareh. They all now have his heart. Unfortunately, that's not even how empathy works. You know, you can beg the people in your life to have empathy, and they just won't have any. I found that out very young. So, Julie, you got to stop with this. They all do this a bit, though. It's like I said, he really is like their guru. You know? It's here to bring them to salvation.
how many of us have teenagers and college-age children who's spending 5 to 8 hours at school and then followed by hours of homework. My 15-year-old daughter sometimes stay up past midnight, almost daily, and then stressed out by assignments and tests. This isn't learning. This is really exhausting. It is exhausting for her, exhausting for me. I want to make sure that my daughter go to sleep before I sleep. So it is exhausting for her. Well, you know, our company not going to overhaul the system or the educating system, but we, and I'd understand Mr. Mufareh is aiming to make significant impact by simplifying how the children learn.
Is he simplifying how they learn or what they learn? Those are two very different things. Is your daughter staying up until midnight because she is a type A personality and she's a perfectionist? And maybe you also expect perfection. It is a cultural thing in Korean and Asian households, I hear. They're very, very hard on kids to get good grades in school. It's not just a stereotype. I had a friend that grew up like that. And they used to be like, listen, my mom's like that. Because I had a mom that was very much like that. We used to talk about it all the time. She used to be like, your mom's like an Asian mom. And we used to like compare our lives like that. So I'm wondering, I can't help but also wonder, like, does Julie maybe have some of that? You know, like maybe some of that is there? Or is she having problems understanding the material? Is it maybe the wrong thing that she chose? I don't know. Is she in high school or is she in uni? I don't know. But you should try to figure out why she's staying up so late. You know, there's ways that you can help that, such as getting a better studying schedule, getting her a tutor. You know, maybe if she's taking advanced classes, let's say, and she's struggling, then she could take the normal class where she won't be struggling. You know, you can only challenge yourself so much. You know, if challenging you is hindering other parts of your life, then you need to reel it in a little bit, right? Everything has to be in balance. So there's a way for you to fix that problem with your daughter so that she's going to bed at a decent hour, still learning the material and still doing her education. Taking your daughter away from that education and putting her on Academy, where she's only going to be hearing about OnPassive all day long, is not going to help her in life or with whatever career she's going into if she is in uni. Because Academy, if that's what it's going to be called, I'm assuming because that's what it was once called, so I'm just going to keep calling it that to like tell us the new name. But I don't know. They were saying survey, so I don't know. Sounds like they'll all still be called whatever. Like, there's a way you can fix that though with her, taking her and putting her into the Academy and then just having her learn whatever you guys teach her. That's not going to help her in life. Academy is not going to be accredited. It's not going to be seen as an institution that can ready somebody for a career. So, like, if she goes even and takes a psychology course, let's say she wanted to go into psychology, and she, like, went to Academy and took a psychology course and then tried to, like, go get a job based with that, like, they're going to be like, that, you don't have your education. You don't have your master's. Like, what are you talking about? You know, like you can't just create a school. It's not as easy as just having an O-Connect and then telling everyone, all right, guys, start putting classes up there. You know, like, you have your Skillshare is not going to replace university. You know, these are very separate things. So I don't know if that will fix your issue. Honestly, it sounds like you would just then also make her watch Academy stuff on top of doing all of her homework. Where, yeah, if you're doing that, I could see why she's stressed. Jesus Christ, let her go do her fucking homework, Mom. Tell her to stop watching the OnPassive stuff. You know, don't bother her with that. Lord. The worst part is that Julie did all the support for the OnPassive back office and Ash never paid her a $100 super sticker. Julie has worked for free for OnPassive for 7 years. Well, as far as we know. To be fair, we don't know what they're given behind the scenes. For all we know, Ash could be cutting her a check every week. I doubt it. But I'm just saying, like, you know. But for the most part, no matter what, I highly doubt that he's paying her what she's worth. You know? Is Julie using a filter to make her skin smoother? I'm going to let you guys know right now. I just found this out because I've been wondering this about YouTube videos myself. I just found this out watching YouTube over the weekend, and I was like, oh my God, that's why. So YouTube has actually implemented something into their platform where they are going to be smoothing out people's faces with AI. They've already automatically like started doing this to certain videos and live streams. I don't know like what ones or what they're basing it on or like who they've chosen or whatever. But you are going to start noticing that people are going to be looking a little different. And if you start watching YouTube and you're going, why are these people's faces looking a little weird? Why do they look more like smoothed out? Why does this person look like they're using a beauty filter? Some of this might actually be YouTube. So it might not be people filtering themselves anymore, which she might also be doing. So imagine if you filter yourself, because I've never filtered myself on here. If you've seen me in a video on here or a live stream on here, that's what I look like in real life. You see me on the street, that's what you'll run into. I don't know how to do it. I don't like edit the live streams and then put them up. None of that. But YouTube is now going to be using the AI. So imagine if you like actually did go to use AI to smooth yourself out and then they also added the AI, then you'd probably look real fake. That might be what is going on with Julie here a little bit. I'm just saying. If I had to guess, I'd say she might have added a slight filter. And then YouTube is like, now we'll go get her with the AI. And then she ends up looking like a porcelain doll. And you guys are like, why does she look all weird? You know? Like, so just know that that might be happening. So I can't say if it's her or if it's YouTube, to be fair, is my point. Either she is doing it or the YouTube AI bot got her. And you might notice this because there was a content creator. I'll try and find the video later that I watched that mentioned this. But there was a content creator that started getting called out for this because his face was looking weird in the videos. And people were like, why are you editing your videos? And he was all confused. And he was like, I'm not editing. I don't know why it's doing that. What's going on? And then he found out that that was what they were doing. And he did like a side-by-side of his like original versus YouTube's like AI version. And you could like see the difference. It was like, whoa, they really are editing our videos. What's going on? And then I remember being like, wonder what they're going to do with my videos. Like, are they going to try to put a filter on my like girl here? Like, are they going to put a filter on this queen? What would that look like? Oh, God. You know? I don't know. That's effing weird. It is. It is. Unfortunately, YouTube, although they're like, we really hate AI content, we want all of it off of our platform. They're like, but we really want the YouTube content creators to use AI in their studios to come up with all their ideas. And then we also want to edit their faces with AI. It's like, okay, YouTube, well, sounds like you are just trying to do everything with the AI. Like, fuck off. You can't be like, no, we don't like AI, except for when we're using it to enhance us. Like, just down with the AI, please. I was only like that because I forced myself to study late. Well, see, and that's the other thing. How do you know that? Maybe she wants to study late. Maybe that's when she thinks best. I think best in the evening. That's when I get my best writing done. I don't know why, but it's like after 7 p.m. So either early in the morning or in the evening. In the afternoon, I'm useless. If you are taking calculus with a 10-week quarter in college, expect to be studying all day to midnight. And that's the other thing. That's why, how advanced are these classes? Because maybe that's just kind of what it takes. And if that's what you want to do, you got to put the work in. I know everyone thinks that, like, living an easy life where you never do any work sounds like a lot of fun. But coming from someone that has struggled to stay in a workforce their entire life, can I tell you, no, it's not? Coming from someone who's been too disabled to work for their entire life, please, if you can work, go and work. If you can get an education, go get one. It is not that fun. All right? You get bored. All right, there's nothing better than putting hard work into something and then being like, yeah, I just did that. Yeah, I just wrote that whole fucking deep dive on that cult. Every single part of it. Boom! That's how I get it now. You know? Something to be added to about physical work. You know, you ever go do some physical work? You know, you ever like wax a car? And you like back up, you're like, yeah, did an awesome job of that. You're like sweating. You're like, you know, I put hard work into that and it looks fucking good. I did a good job. You can't get that feeling from this instant gratification not working online thing. You don't get it from that. It doesn't exist. It's a good part of life. Don't lose it.
I believe that our upcoming solutions will make learning fun, interactive, and engaging, that allow our children, like my daughter, to absorb more information, learn so much more while reducing the stress. And who knows, parents like myself might even get...
Right, Joe gets it. That's what I mean. And that way you can't do it anymore. You're like, damn, I missed that. Right? It's a good feeling to work. And then to be like, yeah, I just did that. Looks good. I'm done that job. But like this hustle culture thing that we have going on out here in our world would have you thinking that doing hard work is like going to kill you. Like it's something you should never want to do. Work. Oh my God, can't do that. Who wants to work the job? And it's like, guys, if nobody works, nothing runs. You realize that, right? We all quit our jobs and join OnPassive tomorrow. The whole world stops. Okay, everything stops running. All the lights go out eventually. Like, that means the internet will no longer exist. No one will be running the data centers. Okay? But they're like, we want a world where like everyone's a millionaire and they all sit at home and they all work from the computer. Which again, I don't know why we're all working on the computer if we're all millionaires. And we're all sitting, all we do is sit at home all day and then order stuff to our house. We never talk to each other. Why do we even have the internet at that point? We can just all get on planes to go visit each other, so what's the point? And now we're all isolated in our houses. And then the world eventually stops existing.
Get some rest soon.
It's the new world
some
order.
Free time or times just spent with our families. So a highlight of O News 11 was Mr. Mufareh announcing of the powerful new application.
Mine too. I will honestly, I'm not joking. I've been even in the Recovering Hunbots live stream, and I've like gotten upset because I've been like, guys, I've written so many comments during this live stream that have not gone through. I don't know where they go to. They just disappear off the screen. It's into the ethers.
Designed to support small business owners. That is very powerful. Whether the people work at home as an affiliate or to local entrepreneurs. I am currently collaborating with companies as my day job, producing, wellness devices and spa chairs. They are great products. They have great leadership, great vision, but these.
Okay, interesting.
These companies are struggling with reaching their audience, with bringing their products in front of their audience.
Is it an MLM company or is it a company that actually makes medical devices? Because that's the thing. Yeah, like pharmaceutical companies come and talk to people. Maybe you don't know. I was like, wait, I worked in mental health. Maybe not everyone knows that. When you work, they have pharmaceutical companies come to doctors' offices, mental health places, and whatnot, and they pitch medications. It's kind of fun if you work there. You get to go get a free lunch. You kind of got to sit through a little bit of a speech about medication side effects for like 45 minutes, but I don't know, I used to go for the free lunch. But they have the same thing with like companies that make medical devices. They also go out, by the way, and they'll go to hospitals and they'll say, you should buy our medical device. This is what it will do for you, and it will make your job easier as a doctor because of this. And then, they decide if they want to bring it to the hospital and whatnot. The doctors probably also get free lunch at these things. Why not? So, like, does Julie work for a company like that? Like, they make medical devices? And then they, like, who do they have to get the word out to? It would be the hospitals, rehabilitation centers. I mean, I guess they could do infomercials and stuff, but they should be having those meetings then. I don't think OnPassive can help with that, Julie.
I believe our newer application.
Mind you, maybe they can. Everyone there's elderly. They probably all need a shower seat by now.
Will bridge that gap. We're helping businesses connecting to their community. Imagine this, everyone. The ripple effect. If each and every one of us, inspired by our founders, Mr. Ash Mufareh's vision, will bring this company's solution to our communities. By solving those real problems with love, with collaboration and clarity, we can transform lives and reshape how our communities thrive. This is very exciting, and this is real. It is happening, and we can see it through
Where?
the updates of our founder, Mr.
Yeah, we
Ash
missed it.
Mufareh. I believe together, let's move onward with purpose, creating a brighter future for everyone,
That would be very
especially
worrisome.
for our family first. All right. So that's, to me, O News 11 was very powerful. It carries so much meaning of what going to happen. What's
See, this, I do think that they're getting meaning. Like, they're adding their own meaning to these things, right? A lot of this is them projecting onto Ash and onto OnPassive, unfortunately. So, like, they're thinking, because, okay, this survey coming out in Ash's O News 11, to them was like him thanking them for their devotion and then promising them that their loyalties would pay off. To them, the sunken cost fallacy is finally paying off. So in their minds, they're like, you know, that's what that message meant for them. It was him being like, oh, thanks to your devotion and loyalty to me for the last 7 years. And since, as you can see here by this survey, you're all still devoted and loyal, because of all of you now, we can move on. Thank you so much. You're so amazing. You know, like, that's how they're, like, reading it. Even though that's, you know, he says that shit all the time. It's not really what it was. To them, it is. So they're like, oh, yay, it's finally happening. It's like, no, we're just doing the same thing over again. Every September, it's the same thing. I don't know how I've noticed that this happens every September and you haven't. This is your cult, but okay.
going to reveal to us in September?
Despite it, yes.
He mentioned the month.
Didn't you hear that the SEC was settled? That's what he's telling them. It was settled. Everything's fine. They can just continue on. I mean, OnPassive has to be put to rest because of it. That's the sacrifice he's made, is the word OnPassive. Everything else, though, to him continues on like nothing happened. Even though the SEC did give him a director's bar for 8 years. He's like, oh well, I just call it a private company and then we're all good.
September. So I do hope that you see what a lot of us see if you're watching this video. And if you're not seeing it, please go back and read O News 11. All right. Thank you very much. So tonight, in about 2 hours or so, our angel, our sweet friends, Sherry Dershoway's birthday. All right. If you would go.
Happy birthday, Sherry.
And say happy birthday to Sherry Dershoway. Go onto her Facebook. Just send your love to our sweet Sherry Dershoway. She is a very sweet lady. And if you would, on her birthday, when she does it live, I'm not sure if she does it live or not, but go to her YouTube channel and subscribe to her channel. Sherry Dershoway wears her heart on her sleeves, on everything that she does. And I want to wish you, Sherry, on behalf of our other angel.
Well, it's nice of you to promote Sherry on her birthday. Because it's not like you guys promote her any other time. And I've brought it up. How she's like the only one that's in this main circle of your friends. Someone you've met in real life, too, many of you. That you guys don't include in all your promotions. So it's nice that you said go watch her on her birthday. You know, but maybe don't forget about Sherry every other day of the year. You know, if you're a true friend. You know? What an honor. Ash saying happy birthday to Sherry. It will be something that she remembers for as long as she can. Happy birthday, Sherry. Yeah, it was a few days ago. I think it was over the weekend.
Sherry Thompson, for you to have a wonderful birthday, for you to stay healthy, continue to stay sweet like yourself. A wonderful birthday, for you to stay healthy, continue to stay sweet like yourself. We love you, and all of this happening right now, all of us want it to happen to you first. So, Sherry, we love you. And happy birthday to you. I do hope.
Why do I feel like that was a threat? What the fuck was that? All that is happening to us right now, Sherry. We want it to happen to you first. That was so threatening to me. I didn't like that at all.
Oh,
someone check on Sherry
soon. Take care, my dear friend. Stay well, my friends. Stay well, everyone. God bless. And if you haven't read through O News 11, please do so.
Lord.
Do it for yourself. All right?
God damn it. That was awful. Sherry, go check on her. Is she okay? We need to make sure that she's okay after whatever Julie did to her. Lord, the hell was that? That was crazy. I don't know. I feel like we should be worried. Julie doesn't know if Sherry goes live. I suppose she's never watched Sherry. I've never seen her. There was a time where it was only Jelly Snack and I that were watching Sherry. All right, like it was. I swear, it would just be like us. Maybe Joe sometimes would pop in, like that. That was it, though. Nobody else was ever watching Sherry. We'd be like, "Hi, Sherry," and then Chris Johnson came in, and he was like, "Hey, you get out of here!" And he blocked me from her channel. And now Sherry gets 0 viewers during her live streams. He couldn't let her just have one friend outside of OnPassive. She wasn't allowed. So, somebody else is going to have to check on her. No, I think she's fine. Fine.
Oh, Lord.
Speaking of Chris.
Hey.
What the fuck was... Why would you start a stream like this? I don't understand. Excuse me, sir. I don't understand why you do this. You know that you put the camera on first because you do it right here. Okay, we're going to play it again. You put the camera on first, and then every time he has to take a drink. Take the damn drink, then hit the record. Okay, it's not cute. It's not relatable. And honestly, do you know what it does? It makes you look like an egotistical, pompous asshole. Like you're gonna come into a conversation, interrupt, go, "Hey, I got something to tell you," and then when I go, "Okay, what?" You're gonna go, "1 second," and then you're gonna down a bunch of your drink. That's what it feels like. And then I'm standing there like, is this motherfucker serious right now? And that's how you start every video. So immediately at the start of your video, if I'm brand new to your channel, all right? Brand new to your channel, I come on and I'm like, who's this guy? He looks cool. He's wearing a hat. Look at this guy in his hat. I'm going to watch him. What's he about?
Oh, Lord.
All right, never mind. Fuck this guy. And I'm clicking off your video and I'm never watching you ever again. Because I'm literally like, this man has the audacity. All right, the audacity to do that. And then think I'm going to want to hear him go, like what? No, I'm good. Thank you.
Hey. I apologize, Red. It wasn't you that made me late, but that's okay. I got a lot of things to talk about. I'm gonna hopefully keep it for 30 minutes or less. 11, O News 11 is in. I'm fired up, and there is a story that I have to tell you first why it's fresh on my mind. And an apology from me, but not really, because I thought it was fun. So yesterday, our brother Ash, our CEO, our friend, he posted O News 11 for about 3 seconds. And then I put out, people sent me, Chris, it's up, and I put out, go to your back office. My bad, because I know it was there. Next thing you know, I go back and people are saying we don't see it.
I'm so glad that with your new company, that you really learned how to be more organized and how to communicate better with each other. Aren't you just doing such a good job, you guys and Ash Mufareh, after you've learned from all past mistakes? If you can't read sarcasm, that was complete sarcasm. I may be autistic, but I'm very good at nuance, sarcasm, and all of the things that allegedly you're not supposed to be good at when you have autism. Like reading human behavior.
This is funny to me. I love it, though. So I text Brother Ash, and I said, hey, did you post O News 11 and take it down? And he explained to me. Oh, Chris, now I want you to hear me out on this. This is an exciting, important part for me. And I did write some of this stuff down so I wouldn't forget.
This is the exciting and important part for me, self-serving. And I took notes. That's what he just said to us. I had to take notes on this because it was exciting for me. So this stream is actually all about me. I'm the star. I'm the main character. Chris really does suffer from main character syndrome a lot. Just like he seems to think that I cover OnPassive because I'm trying to save him. And I want to make fun of him. It has nothing to do with anything else. It's not for any other reason. There is not an entire multi-level marketing community with over 1 million people in it every single day. All right, over 500,000 people in the fucking subreddit every single day on Reddit. No, that doesn't exist. And if it does, it's all just to talk about Chris Johnson and make fun of him. It's like, Lord, what are we here for? You? Oh. Save humanity.
In that 3 seconds, Ash realized that he wanted to have multiple images on there. You've seen the graphs. And at this point, their software and everything can only put text images on there. And that's not what Ash wanted. Ash wanted multiple pictures. So in the late hours, he called his amazing team, which...
What? How does he not know that he can't add pictures to it? That's weird to me. So he hasn't updated it ever then. When you guys said that Ash updated that one message himself, you were completely lying to us?
By the way, created this survey on like that. And they put the software and he explained to him what he wanted. They did it. It took him like less than 8 hours to do all the stuff they got to do. I don't know. I'm no technical genius. And boom, they did it. And here's the funny part.
So they could probably like WordPress, they like made it so that he can add images by clicking one button. They were like, allow images. Yes. And then that was it.
When I text Ash, he said, Chris, brother, I only had that posted for like 3 seconds. He goes, do you know how many people, mass amounts of people clicked on that their back office? And he was in shock. And I said to myself, the way I think is, this is another perfect example. Perfect example. Now, we as a collective family in this company, we know certain things will come out and stuff like that. But now use this as an example. The rest of the world, the ones that have been watching that you do not know about, when we go live to the world, that first 3 seconds, Imagine what that is going to be like. Same effect, guys.
As September 2023, which is the last time that you claimed this. And you said that this would happen as soon as OConnect went live. And it was going to go viral. It was going to be a September to remember. I even memed it in an entire song. Wake me up when September ends. You know, I did the whole thing. You know, I don't miss an opportunity to use a song themed like that. You know me. So definitely did that. I remember this. Because every September is a September we're going to remember, apparently. But you were literally like, we are going viral. This is it. Pay attention when this happens. And it happened. And nothing changed for you guys. Nobody was flooding over trying to use the website. There was nobody waiting to buy OConnect that wasn't already in OnPassive. In fact, I had someone come on my channel and told me that only 5 people out of the alleged 100 people that he had signed up bought the OConnect or was using it. So not even all the people in OnPassive jumped on the opportunity. So why the hell would you now say this again? This is what I mean when I say you obviously never learned from your past fucking mistakes. Because you just keep making them over and over and over again. You guys also went on a whole speech this last webinar you did with Ash about how you weren't going to be hyping stuff up anymore. Nothing has changed. You hype up stuff just as much. There's just one less of you. You're not the 360 anymore, and you're not the whatever. I don't remember all the shows they had. Shit in the Light, whatever else. It's just you now with your cowboy hat. That's the only difference. You all still hype it up like you make the same mistakes, do the same shit, hire the same people off of Kijiji, which is just not that smart. It's not that smart to give them full access to your back office. If that's your business, and it's not that smart for Ash to not have full access to the back office and full control over it and understand the entire thing, how to do everything on it, and how it all works. A smart person, being the CEO, is going to make sure they know how to do all that. Ash claims that he has a master's in information technology. And he claimed that he was a tech genius. That even as a child, they talked about how much of a genius he was with computers. No, computers did not exist when Ash Mufareh was a child. Because I didn't even have a computer in my home until I was about 10, 11. So I don't know where the fuck he was getting them at. But maybe he had all kinds of them. I don't know. People didn't have computers until the late 90s in their home. Sorry to say, but it's just true. Nobody had computers in their house. Okay, it wasn't everyone has a computer until until the early 2000s that you could really say that. I think people remember how young the internet and computers actually are. So when Ash was like, when I was 9 years old, they said I was a tech genius. It's like, sir, you're like 20 years older than me. So no, they didn't. They didn't exist when you were that age. That would have been in the early 80s. What are you talking about? But that's what he does. But who is this tech team? It's just some guys that have Kijiji and then full access to the point where they can even write the back office messages. Chris Johnson can't, but they can. That's a little weird, isn't it? I'm just saying. Same mistakes. This is just like telling Muhammad Kamal to take control over things. Although maybe even worse, because it's just a bunch of guys from Kijiji. They're going to end up hacked again, all their data stolen, and then they're going to be sitting there going, well, what did we do wrong? What do you mean when we made all the same mistakes as last time, the same thing happened again? And that keeps happening. That's so crazy.
It's the same effect. The survey results I thought were amazing. And you got to understand, his team created that survey on a whim and put it out there. And I will brag about that. This is how good these individuals are. It was created on the fly. Like yesterday, Ash says, you know what? I want to be able to put multiple images in there. And it wasn't ready for that. He made a phone call, talked to his team, and they did it. And
the fact that you think that that is such a big task just goes to show your lack of knowledge.
Put it in there.
And again, you've been here for 7 years telling everybody else to learn the products and learn about AI and learn about technology. But I can tell that you yourself haven't been doing that. You were just hanging off of Marty's coattails because Marty was doing it. There's proof of Marty looking into AI stuff and computer stuff. I mean, sure, he may have been using ChatGPT, and he's not making his own videos for it or whatnot. But he was looking into it more than you were. I don't have any proof that you've ever researched AI once. So it's like, do you even know how any of this stuff works? What have you been doing for the last 7 years to get ready for this?
That's why he put it up, put it down, which a couple people said, is Ash pulling a joke on us? No. Ash said, oops, boom, bing, I got to have multiple images. And there it was the next day. And I did tell a few people, wait for tomorrow. I made a mistake. I put something out too fast. I jumped the gun, but I saw it. I seen pictures of it, but it's all good. I want you to all remember that. The team that is working for Ash Mufareh and all of you can do some amazing things very fast, on the fly. Creation of just that one application of the survey was done like this. All right.
See, they say this to brag about how great the team is and how quick they can work and blah, 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 blah. But what they forget is that now they've put this out as a precedent. So now in future, when you say that it's taking a long time for products to get made, people are going to remember you going, oh, and this tech team, they can just make everything like that. Snap of a finger and it's done. Takes them 2 seconds and the whole software is finished. So then they're going to say, okay, then why is it taking so long for you to finish these products and get them out? That's why you shouldn't shoot yourself in the foot and then shoot yourself in the other leg.
End of period. All right. Now, he said some pretty amazing things.
Yes.
In
Chris says, is Ash pulling a joke on you? Yes. Yes, he is. For 7 years now. And he will be for another 8 years. Or longer. Who knows when this will stop, really. Next to be pruned. I'm wondering. I mean, to be honest, if you were going to get rid of a mouthpiece, and that's why you wanted to get rid of one of these two, you would have been smarter to get rid of this one first, Ash. I think the cars he worked on have been recalled. Ford has been having a lot of recalls in the U.S. It's true. Those are all the ones Chris touched. That's why Fords aren't good. Because of Chris Johnson was working for him.
O News 11. And I want to read a couple, but I'm going to relate it to every single thing. Not the whole thing, because I want you to read it yourself. Red did a great live today. Way to go, Red. I did try to make him late, and I did try to make him laugh. And that's what we do. I also want to throw out a few names before I start again. Megan Mitchell. Excellent. A couple days now. She sent me some videos. I wish she'd get a YouTube so I could share it with the big guy. And that's Ash Mufareh. 2 phenomenal lives. Megan, way to go. I'm going to say this. Jeanne Alleva, 2 wonderful lives. Make sure you keep doing them on your YouTube. Jeanne, I got a bug on my screen. That's okay. Excellent. And Julie Nguyen probably did the best live I've ever seen her do the other day. I loved it. And that's for now. There's many more. The O-Tech pros, the heroes, they're all out doing stuff. But every once in a while, certain individuals catch my attention, like Susie McRae popping out of nowhere. I'm sure she's going to probably do a live tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, Susie McRae needs to stop popping out at us, along with Julie. That really did scare me. I'm just saying. Down on the road dead, maybe. Just got a hurricane alert for Kiko, which is headed towards Hawaii. I think Weatherbug did that. Chris could work for Weatherbug. Maybe. Maybe.
Julie Nguyen's probably going to do another live tonight. She's got a lot of work to do because to top that last one she did was really good. Bill and John Musk putting out some of the best videos I've ever seen them do. And Bill and John's YouTube channel's at like 96,000. I'm asking you to get them to over 100,000. Don't worry about me. I'm good. But John and Bill do a lot of work behind the scenes, as we say. Like and subscribe to their channels. They're all over the place. And Julie and Jeanne, who am I just talking about? Oh, Megan doesn't have a YouTube, but she's going to get one. I guarantee you that. So it's exciting. So in the process of me going through this today, because I woke up and there it was, and my phone started ringing. Everyone's calling me. So I didn't have a really good chance to read it. And finally I did. The ending is what I want to talk about a little bit. Together we are moving forward with clarity, strength, and purpose. Stay tuned for the official date and time. And that's talking about in September he's talking about. Together as a family. Not necessarily a business. I don't call this a business, which it is.
Didn't Chris say that the videos that John and Bill are putting out were the best he ever saw last year? And the year before that, and the year before that, yep. Mm-hmm. Every video that Chris says about OnPassive is the best video being put out.
But it's a family. He mentioned that he's going to have a live global update coming September. I don't know what date. All right, I'm going to be in Texas. I know that. We'll talk about that in a minute too, right, Marcianne? Scott,
careful,
talk
Texas.
about that. Educational, personal. He talked about everything that he's talked about for a long time, but now is happening. He's pushing us.
It was happening last year, and the year before, and the year before that. And for some reason, it always seems to be happening around September, but then something comes up in the fall. And then you got to push it until over the Christmas holidays. And then something comes up. And then it will be in the new year. And then it will be the spring. And then over the summer times, most of the time you guys just kind of like course until it's time to start pumping up September again. And then we just kind of do that over and over and over again. You know? So again, I don't know why you don't see the pattern. He's going to visit the recovering Hunbot. I know, we have to warn her. We have to warn her.
And
I'll be in Texas with a female cowgirl hat. It'd be hilarious if someone was like, yeah, Chris, but you know that's a woman's hat, right?
I say pushing us toward the greatest thing we've ever become going forward. This is what Ash Mufareh has been doing. He's been doing this weekly now, breaking it down step by step, little pass. Some things he hasn't talked about yet. And you know what? He will. But sometimes you just got to wait. I don't force Ash Mufareh to say nothing. I'll give him questions that I'm getting and stuff like that if he wants to talk about it. But it's on his time and his dime when he's ready to say that. But all your questions, what you do have, that maybe you send me. Hey, Helena D. Labastide, I'm going to see you in Texas. There's one. There's another one. And I'm excited about that. I'm really, really excited. I'm nervous, actually.
Careful. I hear that when you meet Chris in person, if you're a woman, gets a little rowdy on you. I'm just saying, make sure you use protection. Poor Julie.
And the conversation I had with Dan Street is almost like what Ash said in here. It's quite impressive, isn't it, after he showed us the results in the survey? Okay. Big numbers. Really big, in the 90 percentages, almost 100%. Dan called me yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It was a little later, not too late. And he says, boy, you never call me anymore. I said, you can call me anytime you want, because Dan is a family dude, but he's a great guy. And he says something kind of like Mike Ellis said to me a couple weeks ago when I was in Colorado. He goes, Chris, just like this. And I can see his face even though I'm on the phone. Chris, how exciting is this to know that we're part of something that's making history? Where else have we ever been part of something like that? And I really think about that every time someone tells me something like that. You are going to be, you and all of us, I'm saying as a collective, are going to be part of a history-making family, company, business that's going to truly change the world. It blew me away. So then I have this extremely wonderful, interesting conversation with Vivine Benny, or I call her VB or Vavine. I usually call her. Jeanne will correct me on that one. And I talked to her, 45 minutes to an hour, I'm guessing, on the phone last night. And this is...
So Chris inherited Dan Street from Marty. What was second prize? Technically, yeah. I mean, he and Mike Ellis, right? Because OnPassive Nation was Marty, Dan, and Mike, not Chris. I think Chris got brought in by somebody else. Was it Comfort? I don't want to say Comfort. How can they not be ashamed of themselves? Sorry. Wait, I never liked Marty, but what a way to treat a friend. Yeah. Friends like that, right? Making history? Scam, scam, scam!
Okay, Minnow, hold on. This is, she had texted me a question. I wanted to call her back, and we got into this conversation about Papua New Guinea. And this is a big part of what Ash Mufareh is doing. Vivine didn't talk about herself. She didn't talk about what she wants. She didn't talk about her dreams. Her dreams are to help her people in Papua New Guinea establish better lives, more freedom, income earning. And that's what I loved about talking to people. Vivine, if you're listening, I know it's late in the morning for you. Thank you for that conversation. I needed to hear that. I needed to hear that. And this is the big part of Ash's message. A lot of it is, let's just move forward with positiveness, no negativity. We left that behind us. We left a few things behind us. I won't say it, but you know what it is. We're moving in the right direction. And by me communicating with individuals like Dan, Vavine, Norel Warcon.
Her name's Vavine. Can you just get her name right?
Andy Burks, all these people that are out there doing a comfort contour that are doing amazing things. I keep getting more excited every day. Now, Ash put me again over the limit.
Those are not new people. Those are people you've been talking about and to for the last 8 years. I don't understand.
This is about to get exciting, he puts in there. I made a text to one of our groups says, I don't know about you all, but I've been excited for over 5 years. But it just keeps getting better. To know that we have a company that is built with a heart, and I think you should always include that when you're talking about this company, because it really is. It came from one guy's heart, one guy's soul, one guy's mind. He talked to us about it. He let us know what he wanted to do, and we all jumped in and said, I love it. I mean, how many of you out there could say, no, I don't? I love everything he's doing. He's talking about small business, Step by step. What did he say exactly? I'd like to read it a little bit, Hold on, I'm chin again. Oh, copy below review. No, he's probably laughing at me right now. Chris, what are you doing?
If your OnPassive excitement has lasted longer than 4 hours, please see a psychiatrist. Call your doctor if it exceeds any longer than 5 years.
There, he said it right there. Doesn't it feel great to be part of a group that is so overwhelmingly positive and committed? And there's 2 strong words there. Committed, number 1.
Yeah.
All right. Overwhelmingly positive. I guess that's 3 words. Sorry. This is.
Forgot a word though. Kind of 2 words. It's hyphenated. You got the word high control right before the word group. This
is who Ash Mufareh is. I had another interesting conversation. I won't say their names. It was about a family that does many things daily.
It is true. Apparently there is an accent. So it could be. He could be saying it right. But listen, it was Vivine for several years. This woman needs to tell people how to say her damn name. Like either like they're saying it wrong and she corrected him and now he's saying it right. Or she just lets everybody say it wrong all the time, and I don't understand that. Because if you mispronounced my name, I would correct it. It's really weird. We have this weird thing where like people don't want to be wrong or like say the wrong thing, so they just don't say anything. And I'm always under the belief that it's better to say it and say it wrong maybe than it is to just be silent. It's better to be like, hey, that's not actually how you pronounce my name than it is to be called the wrong name for 5 years, in my opinion. Just like Gladys, but spelled with a Y, and they have said it, Gladys. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard, too, because in a different culture, it could be a different pronunciation. It could be. So, Chris, it's been 2 weeks since you beat the SEC. What is Ash's excuse for not having products and a comp plan ready to go? Exactly. And I feel like that's what they think he's going to be announcing. And I don't see it happening in like the next month, 10 years, but these people are all morons. They don't even know their own names. They all have those backstories about their parents leaving them. It's because they're all massive disappointments, maybe. I'm wondering if we will ever see a written comp plan. I am wondering. I mean, there used to be kind of one that they used to share around that we've looked at several times, the 3x10 matrix. We haven't seen that one in a very long time. When did they get rid of that? Would that have been 2021 as well, eh? I believe so. Maybe 2022? And then they switched it. They decided they didn't want the 3x10 anymore, but then we never really did get anything written since then, did we? Even their affiliate agreement, like it wasn't written out properly. The entire comp plan, like it wasn't really explained. It was just like, you have agreed to work with us as an affiliate. Please sign the bottom of this form. We can change this at any time. Like it was very generic and it didn't go into any details about anything important. That was what's so frustrating about it. Because I was like, how do you get people to sign an affiliate agreement when you don't even have a comp plan? You can't explain the compensation to them. You can't explain then what they're doing here. Like they don't even know what their jobs are that you're signing them up for. Yet here we are being made to sign this affiliate agreement. Like it was ridiculous. So I don't think we've had one since the 3x10 chart. Man, that was a busy chart too. I should have it somewhere. I love the 3x10 forced matrix. Yeah, that's right. It was forced, by the way. No consent necessary.
to help people. I'm not going to explain. I'm not going to go into it, but bringing their kids to these functions, teaching them about how we need to help.
The 3x10 died probably well before 2022. Ash was trying to get out of the SEC charges by claiming it was an affiliate program and thus not a business opportunity. He never, sorry, that's the next message. He never really did it, and it was already too late because the SEC had the evidence, but Ash still gave it a half-assed try. Yeah, I feel like it was definitely by 2022. It was gone. I do feel that. I think it was closer to 2020 because I feel like they got rid of it before they stopped the signups even. So signups were stopped June 2022. So, yeah, the SEC came out August 11th, 2023. And Oat Connect came out September 2023. Everything crashed June 27th, 2024. So I'm thinking, since they stopped taking affiliates June 2022, I do feel like it would have been probably fall 2021 that they dropped it. If I had to guess, probably right before the fall 2021, they were like, no more of this. Because that is when they started to switch it from, see, once that disappeared is kind of like when the switch happened where it couldn't be about business anymore. They had less to show. Because that's all they really had to show for their business before that was that they had this matrix system plan, right? So they'd be like, oh yeah, we're doing a business. Here's our 3x10 matrix. See, this is a business. Here it is. And that was kind of like their evidence, their proof, right? But once that disappeared, they lost the ability to kind of do that. So then it became like, oh shit, what do we do now to keep people here? Well, now we're saving humanity. AI with heart, it will save humanity. It'll be great. And that's kind of when that really started to come around. Based on my research and my charting of this cult. So I feel like, yeah, that would have been probably right before the fall 2021.
Humanity, the world, that's a great quality. And let me say this. Well, maybe I will say the name. Maybe you'll get it. Maybe you won't. Ash Mufareh. All right.
It's definitely not something you want to hear about if you're, practicing robotheism.
Does what he preaches.
No, he doesn't.
He's just not talking about it.
It's the biggest lie that you've told in 8 years. He does what he preaches. Lord. If there was ever bullshit that came out of your mouth, Chris.
Mufareh gets out daily. One of his mottos is, I have to help someone every single day. And after listening to this conversation, I went on to the old YouTube or TikTok, whatever you want to call it. And I watched one individual who's...
Well, which one was it? The YouTube and the TikTok are two separate apps. Like, they're not interchangeable. I mean, I don't really watch TikTok, so if I see a TikTok, it's usually because it was also posted on YouTube Shorts. TikTok drives me nuts. I don't know what it is. It like overstimulates me like right away as soon as I log on to it. I don't know what it is. It's just like, I'm like, I hate this app. And then I like log off. I like barely stay on there. Because everything starts playing and I'm like, ah. But two completely separate apps. So it's not a whatever you want to call it situation. Like, which app was it?
Sells one necklace online. Because of his sales of that one necklace.
I don't know. It kind of does look like one of his eyebrows is missing. Maybe he also got hit with the AI.
He's able to feed over 400,000.
The AI is like, we don't know where this guy's eyebrows is supposed to be. We'll just stick one here.
1,000 kids a year.
Because it looks like over his right eye, like it looks like one of those fake eyebrows for like the beauty filters that girls use. And then they move and you like see their eyebrow like jump. And you're like, oh, whoa, that's not even her real eyebrows. What's going on? A makeup filter? Weird. I hate those. They freak me out. That's what it looks like. Chris shaved his eyebrow for when he wears the Annie Oakley outfit that matches that.
One of the functions this other gentleman and his son were at, I think it was they were trying to feed 100,000 or 1 million. I can't remember. It was a week ago, but I was amazed by it. So then I start looking at all the things that people are doing on YouTube and TikTok. And, you know, you guys heard of Nate from YouTube going around helping homeless people, giving them what they need, setting them up with all kind of things, GoFundMe's and all these things. This is what this company is about. You see, all these people out there helping people are out there. And, you know, they do have YouTube channels and they do go unnoticed, but they do have a lot of followers. These people have been doing this for a long time. All right. No one asked them. They felt the urge, just like Ash Mufareh, that something needs to be done. Can you imagine?
Like the anti-cult community, Chris, and the anti-multi-level marketing community. You know, they're all sitting around here. A bunch of us got taken by these scams. A bunch of us left these cults. Some of us left cults and then got taken by the scams. And then we were like, wait a minute, this is all connected. I have to deprogram all this at the same time. And domestic violence? Oh my God. Yeah, that's what happened to me. Maybe it was just me. Sorry, I don't know. But, you know, and then we were like, what am I going to do with all this now? I know what I'll do. I'll volunteer my time and my effort to try to change this. Maybe warn some people in the public. Maybe we can figure this out, you know, through me deprogramming myself. Maybe we can deprogram these things. I don't know. Figure it out. Peel back the layers. Get to the bottom of this. Now there's thousands of people across the internet that are all speaking out about these scams. You know? Should support them instead of joining the damn scams we're all speaking out against. Lord.
Imagine if we collected all these people.
Imagine if we shut down all the scams. Imagine all the wars that would not happen if we just erased religion and found a new way to give people hope. Like by actually fixing our world so that there was real hope. Wouldn't that be amazing? Join me today. I'm the new Ash Mufareh. No, I'm not. Please don't praise me like that. I'll get very uncomfortable and I'll disappear.
All these people that are helping the world with everything they got, with every situation out there, and we collectively all came together and worked together through Ash Mufareh's vision, his dream, and all these other individuals. You know, the guy that's selling the necklace, he just made a necklace. I'm going to sell it. And I'm going to give the proceeds to feed kids. Live Aid, I talked about this a couple weeks ago. One day they raised ungodly amounts of money for Africa. So I had a little discussion with Ash a few weeks ago about, can you imagine if we did that like a daily? And he said, well, let's say monthly. And the amount of money that was raised for Africa, which helped out so much back then, was ungodly. And it did miracle things for those kids over there and the families. But can you imagine if we did something like that once a month, where the world came together, even on a Zoom, you can have it, I don't know where. But imagine the money that's out there, and there's a lot of money in this world, was brought to the attention of, hey, we're going to pull in for Africa. Hey, we're going to change Papua New Guinea. We're going to help change Papua New Guinea. The Papua New Guineans out there, they're strong-willed. They know.
The problem with this, unfortunately, Chris, is that the people that you preyed on were the people that you claim you're going to help. So the people that are in OnPassive are the people that need the money, not the people with the money that can help. they're depending on OnPassive to give them the money so that they could help. And this is part of the problem, you see. The other places and channels that you're talking about, for example, that donate and stuff, they're well established and have the money and have people in their community with money willing to go to that because it's for good causes. OnPassive doesn't have these things. What you did is you went and you found people that were in need that these other people could be helping. And you told them, instead of getting help anywhere else, you should just depend on us. And then you just don't do anything for them. And now you're saying that now you want to use them to try to make money to donate once a month. Like, do you not see how that's not going to work? Especially if OnPassive is not successful. OnPassive has to be successful and sell a lot of stuff. Oh, and I mean a hell of a lot, because you're only getting 20% commission to sale, probably, right? That's what you get in MLMs. I mean, you guys could be getting zero because of the director's bar. But I know we're just playing pretend here for a while. Apparently, you like to do that. We're all just role playing being in an MLM for the last 8 years, I guess. Like, OnPassive would have to make billions of dollars in sales in order for you to have the community sustainable. Never mind actually making living wages, which is impossible in an MLM, by the way. It's been proven over and over again. The system is set up to fail. You will never make a living wage in it. Give up. So, again, then never mind making extra on top of that. Okay, so we're now into the third impossibility of this, the third level. I'm charting this out in my head, just so you know. The third level of impossibility is that then they would have to sell even more to be able to have extra money to then be able to donate to each other. All right? So now we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars of sales. Now, when you really think about that, that makes this an impossibility. The whole thing, just impossible. None of it's happening. It will not be a thing. Because that business model is not sustainable. All right? And here's the thing, with an affiliate marketing or direct selling model, it is also not going to happen. Where you will not be making enough money that you will not, like I said, you're not promising these people are going to make a living wage, which they don't even do. You're promising them they're going to make generational wealth, extra money, so much money that they're going to want to donate hundreds of millions of dollars to it to random causes every month. Chris, you have money right now, right? How much do you donate? You know, like, put that into a perspective. How much do you make? What did it take for you to save up the money to be able to be retired right now? The people in OnPassive would have to do all of that. Many of them starting from scratch. They don't even have what you have. And then hopefully make extra money in order to do what you are claiming they'll be able to do. And the way that you want them to do this is by selling to the people in their community who also don't have money. You went into the poorest areas of countries You did that. You said instead of us going to the flourishing areas, because they're not going to want us there, we're going to go to these poor areas and we're going to emotionally manipulate them into being devoted to us and following us because they're so desperate and we're the only ones there that are paying attention to them, basically. And we'll promise them the world. Let's be real, that's what you did. But then in order for you to be successful, the people would have to have money. And it's like, you don't understand this. You can't go into economies with nothing and then draw blood from a stone. This is not, like, it's impossible. It's just not going to happen. Where are they getting the resources and the ability to buy these products? It's always going to be a buy before you can sell here. It's a pay-to-play system, which is also illegal, by the way, just saying. Like, where are they all getting this money from? To be able to pay to play. I just, like, think about it. And you're just starting to tell them that they all have to get ready now. For, like, the last year. For that, apparently you guys were ready and it was starting any time. So, like, if you mean to say, like, if that's what getting ready means, is getting yourself to a position where you'll be able to start, like, donating the money you make, nobody's ready that you prayed on. Some of you guys might be ready, but most of the people on OnPassive are not. They're far away from that. And unfortunately, in the society that we've built, like, you need some money sometimes to make the money, you know? You guys also don't have money. Everybody's broke. Yet somehow there's going to be these magical products that are all going to save humanity. You're all going to be buying them off of each other, selling them to each other, and that's going to make everyone rich so that they can all donate to each other. It's insane. And it's just not possible. Unless you all win the lottery tomorrow. And unfortunately, that's not possible either.
What they need to do. The people in Colombia, the people in Asia, the people in Vietnam, we're going to be here for all of you. Go read O News 11. Something's coming in September. It sounds pretty exciting to me. I am fired up. I am.
How many countries and places have you promised things to when they've been going through a crisis over the last 8 years, Chris? And you said, oh, don't worry, we're going to come help you. What'd you do for them? What has Ash Mufareh been donating to?
Excited. Hey, Arlene McCrae, how you doing? Gotta say it. Hey, Nellie, how you doing, Myra's mom? And Ruthie Pace, we love you. Happy birthday to whoever's got a birthday today. Seeds Academy, I want to thank, I can't remember his name. He donated more Bibles. I'm loving that. Williams, you're going to have a few more things coming from me here in a few days to get some more goats or whatever you need.
That's why I went countries and places.
This is what this company has turned me into. Where can I help? How can I help? Who can I help? And I'm talking about just me. We all came together and we decided we're going to help out Seeds Academy. And oh my gosh, did we do that. The guy built a whole university for over 400 kids that he takes care of every single day. It's unbelievable. Imagine what we're going to do for the world. Imagine what we're going to do imagine that 3 seconds that you might have saw O News 11.
Man, we really have to get to the bottom of this Seeds Academy shit. Like, I have to say it again. Something's not right about the Seeds Academy. First of all, when did he build a building? Because whenever I've seen pictures about it, or pictures of it, it looks like it you guys are hanging out in a bomb shelter. Like, it looks like a building literally that got blown up, and there's still like shrapnel all around it. And there's just like kids like hanging out there, like, woo, school, sitting on this rock slab. And then you guys got them desks, and like that was nice. And there was like the time you got them a bunch of balls and clothes. But like there was nothing built. I haven't seen any building get built. Like it's very iffy. And digging into a little bit further, apparently this is OnPassive's Seeds Academy. So you know how multi-level marketing companies usually have an organization or like something like of a nonprofit? You know, so that they can be like, look at us, we're good people. Look at us, we donate to women who are abused. Aren't we great people? We have an organization. You can fundraise for them right here. You know, like they do that a lot. It's kind of like what they're doing here. They're like, our foundation is Seeds Academy. Except like no one's really aware. Like, it's just Chris kind of talking about it. And like Chris seems to be like the one that's like getting the money from Ash for it and like doing all the communication between Ash and this guy. Right? And it's just very strange, and I don't know if we can trust it, because like Chris got scammed by a girl in Colombia that he thought was his girlfriend for a while. Like, Chris got scammed. And I can't help but be like, either this guy has been scamming them with Seeds Academy, because like the pictures are weird that we see of it. Like, the whole thing's very bizarre to me. You know, like, how is this an accredited school there? You know, you keep calling it a nonprofit, but then you keep saying that doesn't have funding. A nonprofit according to where? Like, have they signed up as a nonprofit? Like, where are they? In Africa? Like, I'm having a hard time with the whole thing. I don't like it. I have weird vibes. There's like lots of things about it that aren't sitting right with me. And I can't help but be like, something fishy and bizarre is going on with Chris Johnson, Ash Mufareh, and this Seeds Academy. And the more I look into it, by the way, the weirder it gets. Like, the more questions, just like with OnPassive, it's like we always end up with more questions than when we started. Same thing. It's like, I just walk away from my computer that day going, wow, this is craziness. Like, what is this thing? So I had to get that off my chest. You know, it drives me nuts. It really does. Any rational person watching this would think Chris is a simpleton, which he is, I guess. Right. Right. Makes you realize how intelligent Marty is in comparison, doesn't it?
Because you were waiting for it.
Too many
There's
seeds.
millions to billions of people waiting for this company to take off. And to know that there's a gentleman called Ash Mufareh with a heart of gold, with his wife and his kids and his amazing team that could do things on the fly. That actually sometimes Ash has told me,
watch Ash's kids grow up and like never talk to him again. Because they're like, before we even graduated high school, you had us known as the kids of one of the biggest fraudsters in MLM history. Like,
I think of something and I tell them, they said, oh, we already did that. That's the kind of people I love. Wow. You know?
I'm actually not surprised by that, because I mean, Chris thinks it's exciting that the tech team quickly flicked the switch to allow Ash to put pictures on their messaging board in the back office. He thinks that's really high tech. So I believe that he probably thinks of things that they've already thought of. Marty is like a physics professor compared to Chris. It's true, and I don't think people really realized how much Marty like was carrying the two of them until Marty was gone. And then you guys were back to watching Chris alone, and you went, oh yeah, I remember Chris alone. I don't like him. He's more annoying, and he just yells the whole time.
But Ash has explained in the past few months that he's able to say something to these guys and they get it right away and they produce it right away.
Again, though, for those that work in tech, that is normal. It's normal. They're supposed to be doing maintenance on the site in real time, Chris. Like, it blows my mind when they talk like this. And it blows my mind that Ash would have to call his tech team to tell them how to do this. Mr. Tech Genius himself went to Harvard University to get an MIT, according to him. And Susie. So, how come Mr. Harvard Education, Masters of Information Technology, didn't know how to flick a switch in his dashboard? Jesus Christ! Apparently I should be sucking Danny DeHeck's dick for the editing he does on my articles or something. Lord, I tell him to add a picture, he does it in 5 seconds. It's craziness! I go, I think there's some extra code in this post. He goes, all right, we'll delete it right now. Boom, it's done. He's a tech genius.
This is the family you're in, a producing family. Probably going to be the fastest producers with the best quality you've ever seen. Ash Mufareh has said it many times. We are going to be unique. We are going to be different. We are going to shake up the internet. I have 100.
Imagine, takes you 8 years, you don't launch. Then you have the audacity to be like, we're going to be the fastest producers on the internet.
100% belief in what he's saying. I don't know everything. I don't want to know everything. I like the element of surprise. But just think.
Clear, good luck. Good news. Good news for you, Chris, is that I think everything's a surprise. I think everything you hear is a fucking surprise. It's brand new information. You're just surprised all the time, aren't you, buddy?
Thinking about Ash Mufareh and what he's been doing gives me goosebumps. It makes the little hair I got left on my head stand up. And I'm amazed by it. But I want you to think about that. The survey showed the numbers. The survey showed the proof who's still there. The 3 seconds that O News 11 was posted yesterday, and ungodly amounts of people clicked on that back office in 3 seconds. And Ash's words, I wrote them down.
Is he also counting his bots? Because he kind of like blew the lid on the fact that he has a lot of bots, you know, in his survey data. Accidentally showed us what clicks came from bots. I guess you didn't catch that. So if the bots are set to automatically appear on his website every time he does a post, then yeah, it will look like his website is getting rushed every time that he automatically posts to his website. That's how that works. Amazing that somebody who is such a tech genius with their Harvard MIT wouldn't know that or take that into consideration. You know, being the one who bought the bots, I'm assuming. Because remember, we're not buying people online. You can't buy followers. That's human trafficking.
Chris, I was shocked to see how many people popped on that in that quick a time. All right. Hey, guys, gals, kids, uncles, aunts, sisters, brothers. The world is waiting for this to happen. This is why it's important to get out and talk about it. This is why it's important to participate. I don't care if you just make a post. Start letting people know about this amazing company, what it's going to do. what it's doing already, what it's done for the global world. I want you to think about that. Don't be afraid to post something. I know a lot of you still have that fear. It's okay. It's gonna be awesome. Now, turning it around off News 11, which is still phenomenal. I am heading out for Texas. So on Monday, I'm leaving. I promised Marcianne a while ago that I'm going to come see her. I know we got a few individuals in Texas, and why I'm calling you out, Marcianne says, you got to call it out in your live. Let's get as many people. Now, I'm heading for Houston. I don't know what part everyone lives in Texas. I would like it to all of us get together in one area. It would be, well, I'm going to be selfish here and make it a lot easier on
do
me.
that. There we go. Okay, at least you're planning this trip a little bit better than the past ones. There you go. Instead of driving all around, get them to all come to one place. So maybe we are learning something. It's the wrong things. They're learning how to be better friends, I guess, but nothing about AI or business or tech here.
The last trip was driving 400 miles, stopping, showering, and go off. I kind of want to get there, relax a little bit, get everything going. Marcianne already gave me a couple good campsites that are close. So if you're in the Texas area, I don't even care if you come from another state. You know, I think she said, let's plan on lunch at 12 o'clock on Friday. It's going to be the weekend. I'm going to drive very safely. Don't worry, Brother Ash.
I would honestly die. I would die if he arranged this. Okay? Announced where he was going. And then Alana just like showed up to go have a coffee at a table next to him. Because I would. I would. I would 100% if they were coming to Ottawa. I'd 100% be like, okay, where are they going? Like, I don't care if I got to take a 2-hour bus there or a $50 cab. We are getting me to that restaurant. I am going in there. I don't care. I will walk right up. You know I will. I think I've proven that about myself. Holy shit, he's going to visit Alana. I know. Wouldn't it be great if she just, happened to be there? It'd be hilarious. I would love it. I would record it. I would record it if I were her, just record the whole meeting from right beside the table in silence. And then at the end, just go up, introduce yourself. Be like, hi. So you guys having one of your cult meetings here now? You guys doing it in person? Chris has the IQ of a large turnip. Maybe even a small turnip. I don't know. Again, personal stories start instantly. It's all personal. I wonder if Marcianne will get deported. And Chris will be there when they get her, and Chris will start talking like a complete moron. And I just will assume he's here illegally and grab him. That'd be funny. I should arrest Chris for wearing a woman's cowgirl hat in Texas. I think that's already a law. We don't do that type of shit here. Right? I swear to God, though, it is pretty feminine. I don't know cowboy hats at all. I'm in the south of Ontario. I'm in the eastern southern part. So I don't know about the hats. Like I told you guys, here our cowboys are all in the west. You guys have all your cowboys in the south. Our cowboys are all in the west. You got to go to BC for that. Or you can go to Saskatchewan. But it is pretty feminine. It is. It does look like my grandma. My grandma was a model back in her day. And so my grandma, up until the time she passed, when she was quite old, she lived to be in her 90s. She was a stylish lady. All right. Very, very stylish. Always had the best clothes. Like when we were kids, we used to play dress up in her closet for hours because she had everything. Like all of the fancy clothes you could think of, my grandma had for almost every single era. Like she was one of those people, like giant ass wardrobes, huge closets. Like half of her house was just closets filled with clothes. And it really does look like a hat that she used to have. Like it really does look like one. It's like reminding me of it. I mean, it had the same sort of print on it. It's the print that I'm like, yeah, no, that might be a girl's hat. And I do think that if Chris shows up in Texas wearing a girl's hat, they might let him know, and that would be kind of funny. I would love that for him. Chris is just like Cece, but without the hair. It's actually true. It's actually true. They are quite a lot alike. You know? Some of the same conspiracies. I don't know if Chris is a flat earther. I hope he's not that deep. But he might be just a few steps away, you know?
Everyone else very carefully to Texas. It's going to take me probably about 4 days, depending on how I drive, depending on the traffic or the conditions or any kind of storm.
Don't say, did you know that if you say hey boy to someone, apparently it's racist? My husband did that once in an argument. And they were like, you're racist for saying that. And I was like, actually, here in Canada, like, you just say, like, hey, boy, hey, bud. Like, that's a big thing here. And you have to know who you're talking to, just say. So be careful with that. Be careful with that, Chris. Hey, boy, you wearing a woman's hat? I guess we're in Texas, so we gotta get a Texas accent on. I'm not very good at one right now. I can't get my Texas going. I've been reading Indian for the last 5 days.
Storms, and storms are always fun. But I don't have to drive through the mountains, Dan and Mike. I don't have to drive through those mountains. So it's a good flat surface, but it's going to
I thought that you liked the mountain drive. You said it was pretty. Now you hated it.
be fun. So if you're interested,
they're so flip-floppy here about everything else except OnPassive.
Get a hold of Marcianne or myself. Let us know you're in Texas or you're maybe in a state next to it. You want to come and have some break some bread with us. It should be a lot of fun. But News 11, what did I say this morning?
Louisiana says, I think Chris's trouble will be speeding because the Texas Ranger will stop him. And he'll try to talk to the Texas Ranger about it. He'll be like, listen, I was speeding to a meeting for my OnPassive business, and it's run by this guy named Ash Mufareh with heart. And he's going to save humanity. That means you too, so you should let me go. And then he'll just get thrown in jail, which he should definitely be thrown in jail for, by the way. I'm okay with that arrest.
News 11 was straight from heaven. He broke down everything that we needed to hear.
I regret pressing play. That was the worst poem ever. All right? Worst poem ever. News 11 was peace from heaven. If I go to Texas, will you shoot me after I just had to hear that?
That I needed to hear.
All
right, if you're not hearing it, you're not reading it. Read it again. There's going to be other people doing lives talking about it. I'm sure Susie.
Yeah, hopefully he wears his glasses when he drives to Texas. Fuck. I did notice that he was wearing his glasses most of the time when he was recording himself driving this time, so I think he knows we're watching.
Susie, Julie, Norelli, Andy, Collins,
right.
Oliver, Heroes.
Maybe that's why he'll go to jail. He'll be like, boy, are you driving blind right now?
Everyone, Sherry Dersaway, everyone is going to be talking about this. And that's what we do. All right. We do the talking. Ash Mufareh does all the walking. He does all the work. He keeps this going. All right. And right now, I think he's.
Good question. What rhymes with 12? 12 is a hard one, isn't it? You know, as somebody that's a published poet, sometimes when you're rhyming, it doesn't have to be an exact match, right? But when you say the words out loud, you know, I rap a little too. Not really. But when you say the words out loud, they have to like match in their sound. And with 12, there really isn't many at all. So I think in that sense, I would just change it to a dozen. All right, cousin? See, there's a lot that rhymes with dozen. And cousin, that's an example there of like a way that you would rhyme two words. They aren't exact matches, but they, you can make it work with the sound of them, which is often done in poetry or rap music. You might hear that in a lot of music, actually. They do it, not just rap music. I'm just because, rap music tends to rhyme more than, not all the other music rhymes all the time, but rap music tends to like rhyme, right? So that's what I would do if I had to say that in a line. I'd probably change it. Because, 12 is a hard one. Nothing rhymes with 12. I guess we could try to delve into what rhymes with 12. See, even that didn't really work. Elf goes with 12. Elves and 12. Yep, you can make that work. Elf and 12. You can make it work. Here in the South, we spell cousin with a Z. I realized when I started recording myself that some of my speech impediment was still present. Like I pronounce a lot of S's like Z's. And the other day, I realized that whenever I write out the word schism, I put a Z instead of an S there. And then I always have to go back and correct it. And it's a word I use quite often when I'm like, collecting research on cults and stuff. Like it's something that I use quite often. And I was like, why do I do this every time? The hell?
He said to me, Chris, I'm still here.
Yeah, like that's how it's spelled. And for some reason, every single time I write this out, because I'll be going along, typing away. I type quite fast, so I'll just be like, typing. And then I'll stop and I'll be like, wait, I spelled that with a Z. Because in my mind, when I'm saying the words in my head as I'm typing them, I pronounce it schism for some reason. Schism, like it's a Z there. So it like fucks with my brain. And then my finger types it out as a Z. And then I go, no, wait, that was schism again. I did it again, damn it. And I did it the other day too. And I was like, why do I do this every time? And I had to like sit here for a moment and be like, can we just get this? Like from now on, can we just remember? Beth, I have to talk to myself and be like, can we please just remember this in future? You've done this 500 times in the last 3 weeks. I don't know why we keep doing it. It's like you're in OnPassive. You just keep doing the same thing.
I know you're here, brother. I never thought you left. I know what you want to do. I know what your dreams are.
Whoa.
I know what your main goal is. And that's the thing, guys. Look at the big picture. Yes, many of you are probably struggling right now. I totally understand that. I say this all the time.
Yeah, you say it. I don't think you actually do understand it, though. There's no urgency with any of you. Like, we're more urgent over here about you getting this out for people than you are, So to me, it's like, no, I don't actually think you do understand that the people are struggling. Or that a lot of their dreams had time limits. They aren't just like endless dreams, Like I keep saying, if your dream was to send your grandchild to uni 8 years ago with this money, like what? Is that kid supposed to just be waiting around for Ash Mufareh to get his shit together before they go off to uni? And then they don't get to go to uni until what? They're 55 years old? And how is that any better than working a job? Like, literally. What the hell, Chris?
Ash Mufareh designed this phenomenal business to help you with your situations, to help small business, big business with their situations. That's what it's all about. I don't hear many people saying anymore, I want this, I want that. What I do hear them saying is, man, I really want to help out some people in my neighborhood. Chris, I got a lot of people that just live on my street that are really bad off. I want to help them. That is what I hear. I don't hear about the cottages and the houses and the boats and the snowmobiles and all the fun stuff, which you better get anyway, because I want you to enjoy life. But the people that are coming out of the woodwork talking about how they want to bless us.
They borrowed money and used a motor scooter as collateral. They relied on the scooter to get around their city to their jobs. They lost the scooter because of you.
Other people with something that was all blessed to us, which is this company through Ash Mufareh. Those are the people I'm looking for. I don't care if you're rich, poor, middle class. If you're willing to jump in and help from your business with this company and work together with all of us to help individuals out, no matter where it is in the world, you're in my circle. Don't ever forget that. That's the people I love to look for. Ash Mufareh is an amazing.
Imagine watching Chris Johnson and being like, I really want to be in this man's circle. Like, I really want him to think that I'm important.
Guy. I was talking to Susie early this morning. I usually do a Susie call early in the morning. I call her my cup of Susie.
Oh, God. Sorry. I think I threw up in my mouth a little bit there. Cup of Susie? Maybe that's why Julie's in a bad mood, Chris. Are you and her exclusive? Because you flirt with everybody now.
And I was saying, we do have conversations with Ash. I wish other people would hear Ash on the phone just talking.
Like, is a cup of Susie like a cup of liberal tears? You know that what that means, though, right? I don't know if people know what it means when they're like, I'm drinking liberal tears. I joke about it sometimes with my I'm drinking incel tears, because that was a big meme for a long time. I've always kind of been like, do people understand that it's not actually
and make it snappy.
It ain't fears, you slurping! Mega! Drink up, baby! Just say it. I'm just saying.
A normal dude, not on a webinar.
Chris Johnson, you mean the scammer that we cover? Because we were talking about liberal tears. Fake Yada. Dark Ninja. Isaac, we were talking about liberal tears. You should know this. Should know this lore by now. Get out of here in your other fake account, damn it. I'll have to look into that first. Somebody check. Get a mod to check. Make sure you look, because there is a fake one going around. And I ain't no Hecate's daughter. All right? So make sure it's the real one. I don't know anymore. You keep changing your damn names. Trying to trick me. And I ain't being tricked. Just saying. How much you both regularly paid for monthly on SEC official records? The same amount. Well, he's now singular. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. Right? It's funny because it's really weird, actually, to hear Chris talk about himself, like just himself, without talking about Marty, too. It's almost like weird, their little breakup already, Like, it's I keep thinking, like, oh, they're going to be together or something. I don't know. It's just something I guess I thought was never going to happen as well.
Because he's a normal dude. That's right. He's a dude. All right. He's witty. He's funny. He's got jokes. And he also is very serious. But when you talk to him on the phone, which I hope someday all of you can, it'll be tough.
Got jokes.
Or in the future, you get to meet him. You're going to be amazed by who he really is. When you see him eyeball to eyeball, not eyeball the screen, you're going to understand why I believe in this guy so much, why so many of you do this, never even met him. All right. This is Ash Mufareh's world, guys. He's going to change it for the better for all of us. Go read O News 11. Go read it. What else did I forget to say in here that I always forget? I get going, and man, moving onward with purpose, it starts off. Share a dream together. Let's pull back the curtain and reveal some astonishing details you haven't seen before, which is the graphs. Red talked about the graphs. Go watch Red. We all talk about something different. I'm talking about the greatest man that I've seen in a very long time, Ash Mufareh, who wants to put us at the top. He wants to get us better food, healthier food, clothes, education. This company is all about that. Education? You guys haven't seen.
That's what I said. I was like, education. This company isn't about that at all. That's how I said it in my brain.
Anything yet. I believe when he comes out with his education. Look, I'm going off by just what they did on this survey on the fly. And I'm thinking about is
like nothing would ever get done. Louisiana says, let's take a moment to imagine if this really was Ash Mufareh's world. The Uber orders would never show up. If you were waiting for the bus, it would just never come. All the technology would be like wonky, be shutting down on you. We'd still be on dial-up internet. What else? We would probably all have to pay some kind of teeths or something to him. That's what it would be like. And Ash would live in... He would take over the Scientology buildings in LA. So that he owns an entire block. Or maybe he'd go move into Joel Osteen's house. I don't know. Literally. Literally. That's what it would be like. No peace talks because O-Connect quit. We just wouldn't have the internet. It would be like dial-up internet, but it never connects, you know? So we would just be stuck listening to the dial-up tone of the phone dialing and then the just like over and over and over again, but then nothing would ever happen. And then you would be met with the blue screen of death and everything would shut down. And then you would be told to just keep doing it over and over again. And for some reason, you probably would, because we're in Ash Mufareh's world. You know?
Things I don't know nothing about. His web browser, his educational.
Yeah, Nags has been off YouTube for a while. I think he moved to TikTok. It was actually really funny. I was having a great time because everyone was like, oh my God, Nags is in jail. And then I was over here like, and I had scrolled TikTok like that same day. It was like, Nags uploaded 1 hour ago. And I was like, huh. Oh, okay. I do still go on TikTok sometimes. And it was just so funny. I just happened to go on like the same day that everyone was like, Nags is in jail. Nags is in jail. Nags logged off YouTube and now he's in jail. And literally like that same day, I was like, I'm going to go check out TikTok. Because sometimes I check it out for cult stuff, you know? There's some cults on there. So that day I just happened to be one of the days where I was like, oh, I have to go check out about this TikTok thing going on over here. So I go on to TikTok and it was like the second thing that popped up for me. And I was like, whoa, it's Nags. And then I was like, oh no, he's not in jail then. That was weird. Only do it between 2 and 4 and then wait 5 hours before trying again. That's what it would be like. Although not even 2 and 4. Like, do it between 2 and 5 after 2. Like, we only had a few minutes. That's what it was like. When they were doing the pay for the O-Connect, it wasn't even like a 2-hour window. Like, they would literally be like, okay, so guys, today between like 2:15 and 2:25, it should be working. It'd be like 10 minutes. So it was hilarious because they were setting this thing up so that every 10 minutes, every single person would like try it in that 10 minutes, right? And then they were claiming that the system was crashing because everyone was trying it at the same time. But it was because they were telling them to and leaving them such a small window. And it was just like, oh God, it was so much fun. I miss those days. You know, I miss those days. Queen of Karma switched sides and is now, oh my God, no, I'm not besties with Negs or DC or anyone over there. It's just like, you know when like you're beefing somebody, but you and them have all of the exact same hate club and you know how problematic those people are? So you're like, hey, listen, instead of like us fighting each other and those people, why don't we just, you know, fuck it. And then we can just all hate on those people and talk about how bad those people are. Because I think now everyone's actually realizing how bad those people are. And maybe we could just keep them concentrating on that. Because that would be what's best right now to save any kind of community that could be had there if that's what people want to do. And I don't mean Negs' community, I mean all of your girl world. Your entire Hater Nation community. Do not think that if Negs and I didn't want to, we could not crash that whole fucking thing down to the ground. Take every single one of you with us. Don't think that. Because we could. It's just more like, why are we beefing when our problems are not even with each other? It's with these people that have then tried to use their problems with us to play us against each other. When we don't really have an issue with each other, our arguments were very minor and they were kind of stupid. So let's walk away from that. Because when you're dealing with people that are going in real life with you every single day, and they are calling you out on every single day like that, and they're not only going in real life with you, like they're calling other people's family members, and they're calling CAS on other people, and they are calling SWAT teams to people's places of work, and they are hooked up with a bunch of pedophiles on Discord that are actually connected to a cult that has actually had several members of it murder people, then I try to just get as many people away from that as I can. And then we concentrate on going after the cults, but with actual authorities. I got smart. I got better and I got smart. And I know you're all very upset about it right now, but that's a you problem. Maybe you shouldn't have fucked around with me for 6 years. You know? Now you gotta lay in the bed that you've all created for yourself with the people that you've decided to lay in the bed with. I don't see why that has to have anything to do with me. I don't see why it has to have anything to do with Negs. He's not even on YouTube anymore. I don't see why it has anything to do with DC. She's off trying to recover from cancer. You want to maybe fuck off and leave her alone? Just like how I don't go after Marty when he's in the hospital. If you can't have enough class and tact to understand these very minor, complex things that I just discussed with you, you don't have the right to have a platform on YouTube. If you can't be mature enough to put differences aside with somebody, even publicly, after you've had an argument with them, even publicly, you don't have a right to have a platform. You should at least have enough class and tact to know how to do these things. I've always had that. It's just the people that I'm used to arguing with, they don't ever want a ceasefire. They don't know how to say, you know what, we have our differences, but I'm not going to just attack you constantly now and go in real life with you for 5 years, you know? So people that do have the ability to do that, I'll do it with them. And I've been doing it the whole time. There's lots of people that I've beefed with. that I've sorted things out with behind the scenes. Many of them you don't even know about. They maybe didn't even tell you. You'd be surprised who I've, sorted things out with behind the scenes that people don't know about. Maybe because they don't want certain people to know. Who knows? That's none of my business. I'm only in control of me and my community and what we do over here. And right now, I don't care about you guys or your cult because you're already being dealt with slowly by the authorities. And I don't know why you think that they're just going to stop after they find those people and not continue on to find everybody that's ever been involved with these people. I don't know. But you seem to be confident that you're all going to be able to hang out in your Discords and be safe and then fuck around with YouTube people nonstop. I already know that you're not going to be able to. You're going to find out, along with all your friends. But again, that has nothing to do with me. So why do I have to be involved? I'm over here trying to cover cults. I'm over here doing deep dives on things that are actually important to society. The world outside of Discord. You should try stepping out of Discord sometime. It's a beautiful world out there.
Platform, everything. I'm going to be blown away. All right. The best of the best. Can I say that? Yeah, I can say that just through watching the survey. All right. And a lot of people.
Isaac, you know what my issues are with these people. You've been there. You literally have been in the Discord, brought Bells of Nevermore and Valkyrie into voice calls to yell at me. I don't know why you're pretending like you don't know. It's just to derail me because you guys miss me so much. You keep sending me your links via people and I keep not joining your Discords. Then when I did try to join the one time, you guys apparently didn't want me in there. Everyone was scared and they said, no, never mind. So I said, okay, then never mind. If I were you, I would keep on never minding. Today will be your last warning. And by the way, I'm not just going to call the cops on you. I call the cops on all of you. You'd all get a visit. Don't think that I don't have all of your personal information, including you, Valkyrie.
People at first said, well, how big is, what's their survey? Now you understand what the survey is all about.
I'll be real with you. You can't gay up somebody like me for 6 years that's actively helping people every day and not have good people in the world ensure that I can protect myself. I don't know why you thought that I was like fair gamed by the entire world and that you would all just be able to do whatever the fuck you wanted to me publicly and nobody would care. You bragged about it all over the place for 6 years. I let you. I even gassed you up more so that you would really show yourselves, and you did. Where are your channels? Exactly.
Now you understand why he posted something yesterday and said, oh, wait a minute. I want multiple images on there. Tells his team late at night and boom, they do it.
Oh my God, boom.
Right? That's.
You even got to steal Marty's boom. Your thing is the hat. Not the boom. They do. It's like every 6 months they get an itch for me. And they're like, oh my God, Queen hasn't been in here for like 6 months to yell at us. We don't know what to do with our time. So they'll like send a link out with someone. And lately it's been people that don't even know me. So I've been making new friends. I've been like, hey, who are you? And they'll be like, I don't know. They told me to send you this link. I don't really know you. I've just seen you a couple times online in like a chat. And I'll be like, oh yeah, okay. So was it this person? No. Okay, was it this person? No. We'll just like do, because they won't really want to tell me. And then we'll eventually get there. They'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you might want to get out of those Discords yourself, sir. So maybe we could start saving people from inside their Discords. It might be a silver lining, Joe. We couldn't save Elaine Miller, but we'll save someone from them.
Has the capability now of putting multiple images in there, where before they didn't think about something like it. Now they did. It popped in his head. He makes a call, boom, bing. Less than 8 hours later, it's done. Welcome to the world of Ash Mufareh. Things are moving strong. Be ready for 12, O News 12 next, but also what he said in September. He's going to announce some things. It'll be fun. I'm excited. Like and subscribe to all of our channels. All right? It doesn't cost a dime, a nickel, a penny to watch us talk.
I'm happy that my Discord channels seem pretty drama-free, but I follow so many that I can't even keep track of 10% of them, yeah. It's shitty. See, there's a lot of like Discords that I find. We've like had a bunch of Discords shut down for posting CSAM. We've had a bunch of Discords shut down for basically running a cult within the Discord. I've had a few shut down for running scams. Those ones are harder, though. It's a lot easier, obviously, when they're posting, like, CP in their Discord or something like that, that you can, like, really report that, like, directly goes against terms of service. It's kind of like YouTube, right? It's like, if you report, like, someone porn bombing someone, they'll immediately have their stream taken down because it's porn. You know what I mean? But then, like, if you try to report a scam because they're promoting a pyramid scheme, or like even a straight up scam that's like very obvious, right? Then they're like, yeah, we're not really sure if they're actually breaking terms of service. And you have to like go back and forth. It took me a while, but there is a way that you can word things with YouTube, with Discord, with all of these different places. There's certain language they use. And so I think we finally figured it out. So we did have a couple shut down finally. But there's still like thousands of them out there. And to tell you the truth, there's not that many Discord sleuths like me that are like, I'm just going to dedicate like a few hours a week to just taking down Discords that shouldn't be up for, I don't know, cult shit. Like, so it's like, it's kind of difficult. I feel like I'm trying to now train Discord. I'm like, no, this shouldn't be here. Listen, this guy is trying to be a god in this Discord. Shut it down. And they're like, yeah, we don't have like a terms of service rule against that really though. Ash will announce nothing in September along with October, November, and December. I know. And then it will be in January. There'll be nothing then too. I don't think it's gonna come for like what would be the point in releasing a product to be used for free? Like he can't sell memberships to the back office. And like this is my thing too, is if it's the same back office, like the URL for the damn thing is oes.onpassive.com. Okay? Even if they change the branding and the URL, the URL as we call it, like, it should still not be allowed. Like, technically, it's still the same scam. Like, I don't understand how even Ash could convince himself that it's not a violation. Like, I'm kind of like, well, he has to be aware that he's just violating now, and he just doesn't give a fuck. You know? Because I always felt like there was some naivety there, but I don't think it's as much as we think it is. You know what I mean? And I think that a lot of times he knows what he's doing. And in this case, I'm like, there's no way that you could even like try to convince this man that he wouldn't be in violation right now. Like, I don't know what his lawyers told him. He made it sound like his lawyers told him that everything was fine. I was like, oh, I don't know. your lawyers are trying to fuck you over, then you might want to hire new lawyers. I just, to me, that it doesn't even make sense. You know, like, shut it down, maybe start a whole new thing. And like that would still technically be a violation, but it would make more sense to me that Ash would then think that that would be okay. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm like, he has to know that he can't just do that and rebrand it and change a couple things and then just run the same system. That's ridiculous. You know? It's crazy.
Talk about the greatest company in the world, to watch us change history together for the world. Let me say hi to a few people. M. Kaylee, what's happened for here? What's happening? Brian Cross, Irina, Sala, how you doing? Bergith, Kiana, you're waking up now.
I kind of miss the good old days before the last migration started. Me too, you know? I miss a lot of things from back then. We had fun. I believe Ash knows he can't market anything, so he has not, right? Ash has not said anything about payment for the new company. See, but I'm trying to think, okay, so I'm Ash Mufareh. I know. And I want to make money, probably a lot of it, you know, probably around $27 million worth within the next 6 months. And I'm like, shit, I am not supposed to run a company. So like, full stop, that's when I would quit, but I'm Ash Mufareh. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to market. I'll have them do it for me, which he's also not allowed to do, by the way, but he thinks he is. Again, I'm him. And then how is he making the money, right? So the only way that you would be able to make money is by selling the products or doing a membership for the back office to then use the products, right? Or both, which that's what he was originally going to do, was technically both, right? So it's like, where does he think that this is going to go from here? Like I said, like, are we just doing the same back office? You know? Like, obviously, they'd have to pay for products and pay for membership. We know we have the O survey, so maybe that's going to get sold. But then he mentioned something about how they wanted to hand it out for free. So then I was like, okay, is that the loophole he thinks he's using? Where, like, the products are free, but he's allowed to sell a membership? Is that what he's convinced himself? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, what does he think is going to happen with his business? What is he planning? And I personally, I'm wondering if it's going to be the membership thing. You know? Or just a YouTube syndicate. Like and subscribe. It's true. Maybe you can run a nonprofit or a church instead of a company, obviously based on some magical holy technology. Well, they already have Seeds Academy. That's technically their nonprofit. Seeds Academy is like their nonprofit, their organization, their fundraiser, their, you know, do-gooder company trait. I don't know what to call it. To use for emotional manipulation and legitimization of their scam. That's all it is. So, I mean, I guess they have that. There's that. One, it is a religion. He can call it teething. It's true. He can.
Kiana, Cynthia, Downtown Brown, Gillian, Hannah.
See, that would be really creepy. Then we would really be fucked. You know? Ash became the next Elron. He really did miss an opportunity with that robo-theism thing, didn't he?
How you all doing?
Could have been him.
It's nice to see you all here. Gemma Ramaki, what's happening, Gemma? Listeners got to be somewhere. See.
By the way, was it Armored Skeptic? I think that he just uploaded a talk that they did, and it was about robo-theism. And I was like, hey, I covered this. So go check it out.
So where I love you, man. I know I probably don't have CC on here. I still haven't figured that out. I'll get it. Helen D. LaBastide, we'll see you in Texas, I hope. Kiba, how you doing? Tanya Hennard, my sister and my family from Michigan. Say happy birthday to your little one there. I think it's your...
Wait. I think this is a girl's hat.
Granddaughter, as you said. I can't remember. Your niece. Happy birthday to her. Change you view. Hello. Nice. There's a new one I never said before. Madoop. Samar. Mohammed Sheriff. All kind of people. All kind of people are now texting me. Stay tuned. You haven't seen anything yet. Yes, I'm going to say it again. It's coming. Ash Mufareh is coming. And we're going to blow and change the world up completely different because of Ash Mufareh and because of all of you. Share it out. Don't be afraid to talk about it. And let's just rock this and roll it until my last breath. When I come to Texas, I want to see smiles and fun and happiness. This is what I'm doing. I'm taking another little vacation here in my bus. But the thing is, I want to meet people.
Okay, so apparently, how do you tell a male cowboy hat from a female cowboy hat is based on what side the bow is on. So apparently the bow, if it's on the left side, it's a man's hat. If it's on the right side, it's a woman's hat. But apparently there isn't like anything that actually says that. Like that's just text. Like technically that's just a traditionally speaking thing. But allegedly there isn't actually like sexes to the hats. They just claim that the bow says the gender. And then some people claim that with a woman's hat, the sides will be up more. Other than that, apparently they're unisex. I had to look into it. Because when he got up close, I was like, wait, where's the bow at? And this does look pretty feminine. I'm just saying it does. I was like, I don't know. We have to double check on this. Cynthia Downtown Brown. Chris used to watch Soul Train, which actually was a show I liked. Yeah, Soul Train was good. We have not seen anything yet. Like, literally, nothing. But doesn't that just depend on how you put it on, or does it have a front and a back? I never wore hats. See, that's the other thing that I read, too, is that the back of the hat will be like lower. It's hard to explain. But again, this is just with some styles. Apparently they also have unisex cowboy hats. Again, I'm not from the cowboy area of Canada. We do not have any cowboys here. I know everyone thinks that there's cowboys everywhere because they seem to think that Mounties are cowboys. They're completely different things. I know that they're on horses and stuff, but they're actually not cowboys. So, think of more like British army dudes. It is more what they are going at, what they are based off of, not cowboys. But yeah, no. Apparently, it's just like unisex. We don't have cowboy hats here in Ottawa. You won't find one. At the beginning, I told you that was a woman's hat. Backwards or not, I have this style and the man style both. Yeah, see, it said it depends on the make of the hat. So some hats do have a front and a back. And if they do, the back will be like lower And the bend in the hat will be more towards the front of the hat, if that makes sense. So there's more of a back on the hat he's wearing right now. Like he has it on the right way. I don't know if his camera's mirrored. I really don't. I can't tell with the picture either. I really can't. So I can't tell you what side the bow's on. His hat should be somewhat more narrow in the front and wider in the back, and it's not. That's more like a working man's cowboy hat. Yeah, like I'm kind of like wondering about that. That's why it's confusing, to tell you the truth. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't look like a cowboy hat. Like a true cowboy hat that a real Texas cowboy would come in and say, howdy, missus, to you, like, he wouldn't be wearing that hat. Also, I have rock and roll hat, which is unisex. If I had to guess, I would say that this is probably more like a unisex-ish hat, if I had to guess. And maybe that's why it's kind of feminine. Just saying.
I want to meet people who are just like me or inspired. I'm going to hear different stories from all these individuals, and I'll be able to share them out as my lives come along. But I will do some lives on the road.
But that's so shitty. Did you just hear me? He's like, yeah, people are going to tell me their personal story, and then I'll be able to share them out. It's like, let people share out their own personal stories. Maybe they don't want all their personal stories blasted all over the internet.
Because I'm probably going to be pretty bored, so I will talk to you. I do have a new internet setup in my bus where it works anywhere I go, thank gosh. But it's amazing. Keep praying.
Because that's what you needed, was the internet set up in your bus so that you could stream while you're driving an RV, all while not wearing your prescription glasses. Sounds like a great idea, Chris.
People that pray together, stay together. I believe in that. I love every one of you. God bless. I think I've gone over the 30-minute mark.
You came up with that, Jim Jones?
I did. I'm sorry. But you know what? Just think about it. 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
Tons of people.
That's how long him and Julie lasted.
Went in there in 3 seconds. Imagine what the world's going to do.
That's too much even for me.
In 3 seconds when we go live. You better be ready for this, folks. Are you ready? I'll see y'all later. Bye.
Bye. He went live with somebody. It was nothing that you would want to see here today. But we've been here for 4.5 hours. I've had a great time. I don't know if you have or not, but I'm having fun. But you would have killed me if I played that video for you. Lord. Chris will tell your personal story whether you want to or not, pretty much. Like, he's literally done that to people where he's been like, oh, so this person told me about their cancer and then told me not to tell anybody, but I told them that I was going to tell everybody today and that they need everyone to pray for them. And I'm like, don't do that to somebody. Like, especially if they're like, please don't tell people about this. That's when you for sure don't tell anybody about it. Listen, I have my own personal rules in life. You know? There are some things that people who have been beefing with me for years have told me 10, 15 years ago even, that I don't talk to anymore, let's say. Their secrets are still safe. There are certain things that people have told me where I will not blast them. You really got to blast me to get me to blast you. You know what I'm saying? I'll share a conversation out unless you start sharing out our conversation and lying about it. Then I'll share out our entire conversation. I'll read it with voices and everything. We'll have a great time. But there's always something that is important to me. And it is at least that integrity. You know, like if somebody literally is like, I want to tell you about this, please don't tell anyone. Do not tell anyone. Whoa. Especially if it's like, you know, about a chronic illness or something. Like maybe they haven't told their family yet. You know what I mean? Like now you're blasting it to everybody. You don't know. I kind of miss the tales of being scammed for 20 years. No, don't worry. Love AI is pumping up. Damn, Queen, that was mean. It was. I don't know. Marty wasn't praying enough. He wasn't praying enough for it. Oh, God. Why does he look really drunk here? Or something. I don't know. Anyway, that was enough Chris Johnson for us for a while. I got a little bit Chris Johnson burnout, if you will, where I was like, I don't want to watch this man ever again if I don't have to. Seriously, I'm just like, I've watched a lot of Chris Johnson. So we are on to September 3rd, 2025. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Queen, I'm sure that this thing is going to launch any second now. We're in September. Why are you being so negative? What if I told you that this was the 3rd September? The 3rd September that we have spent together waiting for this to launch. Would you believe me? I wouldn't either. I don't blame you. But I promise you it is. He went pooping his giant ass adult diaper. That's right. That's right. You know what I'm saying? We were very well aware that you were all watching us. Don't worry, you already sent fake Yato in. I know. Do you think that sometime in the next week, 2 weeks? No, week. We'll say week. Do you think that Ash Mufareh is going to announce a corporate webinar? And do you think that during that corporate webinar, he's going to show us a survey and then tell us that we're launching by the end of September? I've given up. I don't believe in this damn thing anymore. I don't think it's going to happen. It can't happen. It's not supposed to happen. Director's bar, SEC. But I don't know why we have to keep pumping people up for this. Tonight, at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Blake Schroeder, Randy Schroeder's son, will be going live to talk about Lev.ai, which Marty DeGarmo and Robin Noble have joined. I'm thinking that we need to maybe pay attention to some Lev.ai stuff going forward as well, because I find it funny to react to Blake and Randy, and I think it's fun. Also, I'm kind of now wondering, we've already kind of done this a bit with Vibe, and Vibe failed, by the way. They're not going to launch. They'll launch as soon as OnPassive launches. So now I'm kind of like, I wonder if we can put these guys to a race. Who's going to launch with all their products first? Will it be Team Marty and Robin with Lev.ai? Or will it be OnPassive with Christopher Johnson and that Dick Redfern guy? Which one do you think it will be? And I'm going to laugh if Lev.ai ends up beating them, honestly, which is what I think is going to happen. Let me know what you think is going to happen in future with this thing. I was thinking about also taking a trip down memory lane because the people in my Discord were like, it might be fun for us to take a look at past September since we're in September again and they're promising more stuff this September. So I am right now setting up quite a long live stream. I was thinking that maybe we could do a September marathon, where we all hang out for a whole day. Maybe it'll be an 8-hour stream. I do 4 or 5 hour streams all the time. Why not? And we will go through the past Septembers with the promises that they've made. Take a look at where they were, because it is kind of interesting. I have to admit, going through this, doing this now, setting it up. Since one of you guys mentioned it, I think it was Albs. I was like, you know what? We should do that. That sounds fun. And it is kind of funny to see them in 2023 excited for OConnect. And then all of a sudden in 2024, they're trying to get over the fact that their website went down, but they're excited for the migration. And then now they're all happy about launching again. It's just kind of funny. And I think it's eye-opening to kind of see back to back. And I think we can go all the way back to the beginning. Because, believe it or not, OnPassive started online in September of 2019. So, because of that, we actually could do every September, I think, and it would be a good time. When pigs fly, Jelly says, no, I'm joking. You had the launch when pigs fly. Sounds like fun. All right, I am going to set that up. Hopefully I'll be able to do it. I think it might be next week, though, because, this week we're like already halfway through it, trying to set things up for school and everything. It's getting crazy here this week. So it'll probably be like later next week. Late next week, I'll set it up for maybe we could make it our Friday stream, Let me know. Maybe we can do that for next Friday. Also, speaking of Fridays, there might be a Friday this week. I'm not going to promise anything, but there might be one this week. And if not, then I am thinking that maybe it's time to switch things up. I know we have loved the Fridays, and it's been a really fun show. But I've been thinking, we got to switch it up a bit. So let me know what kind of things you guys want to see. And I might be doing a community tab post about this, where we do a poll as well, so stay tuned for that. Because I have a few ideas for a weekly show that we could do, again, on Fridays. It will be on Fridays. But I think we should rename it, rebrand it or whatnot. And I have some ideas. And, yeah, so that's just my thoughts on that. And future things happening, I guess. So I hope that you guys are up for all of that. If not, you can always unsubscribe. Don't you? But yeah, we'll be doing that. That sounds fun to me. I hope you guys are going to find it fun. Lots of fun things. Lots of learning. It's going to be great.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
Thank you so much for being here. I love all of you. I hope that you all have a fabulous rest of your day. Stay tuned, because I think tomorrow we're going to be streaming about some Lev.ai. Checking in with Marty. Maybe seeing how he's doing. Have a little talk about that. And, yeah. Then after that, we're probably going to look into cult stuff. So that will be lots of fun. Make sure you give this a like on your way out. I love all your faces. Bye.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
Call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke. If that's a call.
Hey.
And I'm your friend.
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufareh. If you're rude, if you've been doubting or spying, or we know who you are.
Stop going there. She wants to be the first to make us look silly. Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there asking for a debate. That's the lady I brought on. Her debate was 3 minute Ash. And another Queen of Karma asking about why don't we answer the question about religion. I think we've answered that over and over again.
I've been answering them all morning long. It's not the answer you want, but call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke.
Don't wing it!
Alright, this is a great way to start your day. Come here and tune in to Crazy and talking about their experiences.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
And I'm your friend.
Thanks for coming, everybody! Have a good night!
Stop
I'll see
going
you
there.
tomorrow! Love you guys!
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own YouTube channel. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufareh.
Stop going there. Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there.
My name is Ash Mufareh, and I'm your friend.
Let's go to Guyana.